The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo. I wanted to start earlier, but it didn't quite work out. I overslept, but I probably needed it. It's funny how if you listen to yourself back, you tend to mess up what you're saying. It's sort of how you sort of listen to what you're saying, and it's sort of, I don't know, it's like a feedback. You normally hear it in your head, but when you hear it in your ears, slightly delayed, it sort of throws you off. But it sounds like the audio is working all right. Yeah, so I've decided to change the format to keep the live show flowing better. Rather than having a co-host, I decided to just open up at the end of a live stream now, where people can come in and complain about anything I said or add anything new, but you can do that in the side chat anyway. You can always post links as long as you got moderator rights, I guess. What they need is link poster rights, so you can give people, or a global thing as well, where you can turn on and off, because you get the spammers as well. I don't know. It's funny though, I started up today and I got a new set of errors on the Google admin panel. It said it couldn't create my live show twice, and yet it created it. So I guess it's working alright because you were here. Snipes, how's it going? Yo. We got normally Mr. King that says yo because I say it. Not sure where I got it from. Some American movie probably. So yeah, there's been a bit of drama, UFO drama. Isn't it always UFO drama? Internal and external to the channel. But I think it's resolved now, and yeah, I think sometimes people can take things the wrong way, and I think jokes you might be joking and they might take it seriously, you know, so I try to avoid that in future, I guess. But you know me, I'm a bit of a joker, New Zealand Kiwi with a hard shell. You know, people mock me and joke about me as well, but yeah, I'm not really that offended by it. But when people sort of talking about UFO topics keep repeating the same stuff that I've covered time and time again. I just feel like I'm wasting my time, and I get frustrated, and I try to give people answers, but there's a time when I need a break from it, especially because Discord is like a live stream that's carrying on and on and on. When people start posting links and creating debates, it's like every day, this is ufology for you. So yeah, people are not always going to see eye to eye, but I just find it offensive when people keep repeating that stuff is clearly taken out of context or misquoted, and claim this and that as evidence when it's been debunked, or it's just garbage, low pixel stuff. So yeah, there's always going to be people angry at me, and I'm always going to be angry at those people because they're not listening. But yeah, all I can do is keep calm and move on. So yeah, I better post up the side today. A lot of technical stuff I got here. Hopefully the stream's working alright because of these strange errors since Windows update. So, and I don't really want to update my streaming software because you have to buy a new license now, and they haven't got a unlimited license. They want you to buy every year, which I'm not going to do. So if Windows 10 kills off my streaming software that was working perfectly fine the way I like it, then that means I have to probably go to OBS instead, which I don't like the user interface because it's harder on the eyes, and it didn't have all the same features built in like for voice chat. But yeah, I think maybe in the last 4 years that I've mucked around with it, maybe it's got better. But yeah, I don't want to really reinvent the wheel each time and keep up with changes that fast, because it works. If it works, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But it's almost like they want to keep breaking it, so you keep updating, and then they keep wanting to charge you more money and licensing. It's a bit of a joke, really. So yeah, I'm going to look at talk about Skinwalker and the science and the scientists and other things today. How it relates to the UFO field. Thanks, Snipes. Who else we got out there? I reckon we've got 3 people out there. So yeah, see how it goes and see how I feel. Whether I'm mentally burnt out by the end of the live stream, whether I open up the voice chat. It's just more CPU as well. It's funny, it's like today is like summer again. It's been really, really cold and raining lately, like it's heading into winter, which it is. And then all of a sudden it's like a summer day again outside. Let's see if I can bring up the camera and show you. Let's see if it's working. Yeah, there's the sun just going over the top of the house now because it's afternoon. And you can hear there's a bit of wind out there. But yeah, it looks like a summer day. So I've got one sitting on the shelf that's 4K. But I'm waiting for a tripod to come because I don't want to dismantle this one because I had to use a wee bit of duct tape to stick the camera onto this crappy cheap tripod I've got. And I'm getting a more expensive one. Hopefully that's meant to be able to handle a P1000 type weight, which I think is about 1.5 kilos, isn't it? They're quite heavy cameras with the telephoto, so we'll see how that goes. But I'll put the other camera on this and do a side-by-side comparison before I dismantle it and switch it over completely. Plus the other one's only LAN cable, so I'm going to rig out something out the window with power and a small mini switch box for it. I've also bought to try out one of this dual camera that doesn't use a fisheye lens, but it does a 180 degree view. If it ends up being a load of crap, then I'll probably just use it for something else. But yeah, when you pay $100 New Zealand, $50 US, you don't want it to be stolen or not working after 3 months. But this is some stuff does break down. Like I said, one of the cameras I'm pretty sure got too hot in the bay window, and it died. It's funny though, it was the day after that paranormal event I had where the bedroom camera was going black, although it was letting some IR light in, which was a mystery and still is a mystery how that happens. But I have got some more, as I said last time, I think I've got some more paranormal activity I can show you, but it's a strange one, so I probably might go over that depending on how much time we got and show you the video. But yeah, again, it's sensor lights switching on early in the morning when everybody's in bed sleeping. So, and as far as I know, I haven't managed to spot any rats run along the carpet. I think maybe a mouse might trigger it, but I don't think a bug would. And the only other possibility is a window in the toilet maybe moved the door, and the reflection on the door triggered the sensor light. But we'll go over that and see if anything's possible other than paranormal. But the funny thing is, I was in a deep sleep and woke up, so it felt like someone walked over your graves type feeling, like someone passed through you, and my door was locked, and I found my camera wasn't working. And I know it's a typical excuse, but I found that the SD card was corrupted. So I went sorry, I can't look at what happened in the bedroom, only what happened in the hallway. Lucky enough, those more expensive cameras were according to the NVR. So yeah, I think even the hallway SD card had to be formatted. So both cameras where the event happened both had corrupted SD cards. That's very frustrating. Of course, you can't really show people that, I guess. I suppose I should have grabbed my phone and started recording what the error messages on the control software was saying to back up my claims, but I didn't think too much about documenting it at the time because I wasn't feeling too well. But anyway, hey, we got Jasper here. Welcome to the live show. So yeah, not sure what you heard or not, but yeah, we're just changing the format a bit and not having a co-host. I won't say any more, but for now anyway. And just open up voice chat at the end for if people want to come on chat or whatever, depending on time and whether I've got a headache or whatever. So yeah, I feel quite good today. I didn't take my immune pill yesterday, and I'm pretty sure that was what impacts me. Apparently it stays in your system up to 2 years and you can't have kids. So that sounds pretty serious drug, doesn't it? And you have to take another special pill to evacuate it out of your system quicker if you want to have children. And that's male or female. So, yeah. Who's trying to kill me? I don't know. The doctors. But anyway, better get on with the show. So you're saying it's all sounds all right? So first up, Flat Earth. I found this in a search when I was looking up science bits, and I thought, oh, that's funny. Flat Earther accidentally proves Earth is round in a viral clip, and this was 2022, so it's not that long ago, last year. What's this come up here though? I wonder if I can get rid of that garbage on the screen. Let's see, use my little hacker. You're gone. Then you got to tick these things so it remembers. So is it looking alright? I'll just reload it. Sometimes you can overdo it and remove stuff you want. Yeah, it looks like it's working. It's got that horrible little pot down thing for tablets, I guess. So let's have a read, I guess. First things first, the Earth is round. Well, give or take, with the gravitational pull of the moon and spinning, I guess, and peaks and from earthquakes and volcanoes. If you're a flat earther, you may not enjoy what's to follow. A flat earther recently set out to prove the Earth is flat, but ended up doing the opposite. So this is what they think our Earth looks like, which is hilarious. A disc on top of a rock, and I think a glass dome over top. Sounds like something that Richard Hoagland would say. With the sun that goes around in a circle. Where's the moon in that though? Wonder how the moon works. Goes around in a circle too, does it? I don't know how time zones would work on that model. A self fell for Flat Earth Society in a victory for common sense and elementary science. That Flat Earthers experiment was shown on the epic Netflix documentary called Behind the Curve. I've actually got that on the hard drive, but it's been very hard to even watch it because the dumbing down while you're watching it is extreme. And it makes you more frustrated when watching it. In the film, which was released in 2019 but is now getting attention again, one flat earther sets up a experiment intended to use a camera to film through two holes. The person on the other side had to shine a torch back at the camera. Okay, so I think they've got a picture here. So as you know, the Earth with distance curves. So if you set the person far enough away, they should start to be in that curvature structure where they dip down behind the horizon again. So I'm not sure how many kilometers they did, but they calculated the holes being equal, right? So if it's flat and you shine a torch through a brick wall and then film it, it should line up exactly, right, like a laser. But they found the opposite, obviously, right? The basic rationale is if light is visible when the camera holes in the fence and torch are in the same height above the ground, then the Earth is flat. But if the light shines even when the torch is held at a higher angle, then the Earth is round, which it is. So here's them doing an experiment. I think we could probably play it, but we'll just come back to it. when Flat Earther and co shine the light at the same level as the camera, there is no light to be seen. One is lifted higher and the light shines through the holes in the fence. The conspiracy theorists let out an interest in throwing all sorts of random theories after the experiment backfired. What effectively happened is the Flat Earther simply proved that the Earth is actually round. As explained in the documentary, Flat Earther in charge, Mark K. Sargent. Mark, wasn't Goofon playing that guy the other day? Hoped to disprove the existence of curvature. Instead, he proved that it exists. Earth is round, and for a good reason. When cosmic processes, read explosions, and deadly collisions take place, gravity pulls in the remnants into a ball-shaped entity. Let us know what you think in the comments below. Alright, so doesn't really say much though, does it? But we'll have a look of the video. Okay, there's the hole going in.
We have a backup experiment. If you're seeing through this hole, through the next hole, and seeing the light at the backboard, or at 17 feet off the water, the Earth is flat. If he's holding it up at 23 feet high and we're seeing the light, well, that's because the Earth's curved. So I should only be able to see it when it's at 17 feet. Okay, go ahead and drive down there, Enrique. You're going to hold the light there. Enrique, how high is your light? 17 feet. I mean, it's his...
Okay, it's got the light at 17.
We don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your...
And you don't see the light. so that means the light is not going through the other hole where this guy's camera is, but it's somewhere below the hole, which means there's a curvature happening rather than it being flat.
Your light way above your head.
Yeah, well, I suppose people could argue that they're above sea level or something, but I think that probably would have been calculated somehow to see that where they were was so much above sea level, so it should be flat, right?
Interesting.
So now he's holding it up further, and there's light.
That's interesting.
I don't know, but be careful of the music. It's stumped. So they just proved the Earth was round because he had to lift up the light another 6 feet to be able to see it come through the hole. So I guess the rest of it's on that documentary. So this is on a Reddit post, is it? Let's have a look. Doesn't seem to be, does it? They must have just added the link from Reddit. So yeah, I thought that was quite funny actually. Let's see. Hopefully that you understood what they were trying to do there. I'll post it down the side. Indian times though. Yeah, that's a problem. Podcasts are so paranoid about copyright. They're more paranoid than Google. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But you should be able to play a few seconds of it. I think copyright is just loony, right? People listen to music on a podcast. They think, oh, I like that music. What's it called? I want to go and buy it. They don't see the positive side. It's always about, oh, I want to get paid for that all the time, and not actually look at the more social side of things and where it could actually get people liking their music and actually buying concert tickets, you know. The industry is all fed by stupidity and greed, as far as I'm concerned. So Flat Earth debunked by FlatEarthers. I wonder if Mick West has seen that. He would have a chuckle. He's always doing the FlatEarthers. Onto Skinwalker Ranch now. I've been putting it off for a while. Who we got here? Bub Elvis. Hi, I'll just pursuing random chats. Okay. Blue Chicken, how's it going? Anyone else sneak in when I was at Baker's here even? Hey, Baker, how's it going? Just going through. Okay, it's not too much happening there. 10 seconds before copyright kicks in, but YouTube regularly nails people for much less. Yeah, especially if you're the out there channel. So yeah, Mick West has been trying to get science data from Brandon Fugel. You know, even I talked to Brandon Fugel initially in the early days. I said, "Oh, can you set up a website and make those videos available after the episode's there, so the rest of us can analyze it for you?" He said, "Oh yeah, I'll do that." As far as I know, that's never happened. Still hasn't happened. So maybe they're worse than MUFON. Keep all the good stuff locked away, you know. But yeah, Mick's been after the data. It's amazing that a TV production company would be able to get insurance allowing them to film in a location with dangerous and unpredictable levels of radiation. Now, I'm not sure if you're seeing Green Streak stuff, but I haven't managed to get time to watch it yet. But I've seen various clips of him out and various people. And that Travis guy got paid like $10,000 just for one conference. $10,000 US. If they were really interested in the subject and not the money, they would be doing it all free. They would be doing it as their part-time thing, and they live off their regular money, the regular work money, right? So to me, that's like another grift going on. And the same as Travis Walton was exactly saying. If he wanted to be credible, why did he set up his own conferences and also do the same, where he has speakers in there, just like UFO Congress, or if it's called UFO International Congress, where they had all those shameful talking heads on it, managed by Rojas. Like having Jamie Musan on there talking about Jerusalem UFO when it had already been debunked by Rojas himself a year before. And I think he went up and whispered in the ear and said, I wouldn't put that one up, take it down and to move on to the next one because it's been solved. So it just shows you that these TV so-called investigative reporters aren't in touch with reality or up to speed with the stuff that they're presenting. That kind of tells me he didn't care. He wanted to present a agenda to try and get more people to watch his stuff on TV, I betcha. But yeah. So Skinwalker Ranch is just another nail in the coffin for ufology, as I'm seeing. It's going down the same process. It would have been, you know, why would a billionaire need to sell it to a TV company if he was seriously interested in the topic of when he saw a UFO over the ranch? I believe he actually did see a real UFO when he was a kid, 10 years old, was it? But he has a highly religious background, which makes him, in my opinion, more open. and less scientific, because, as you know, religion has always suppressed sciences and theories, because they would hang you or set you on fire or whatever, or lock you up in your own house for suggesting that the earth wasn't the center of the universe and stuff like that. So it's not much different today, and I think it's just been modernized a wee bit. Religion and UFO should be separated as far as I'm concerned. Sure enough, believe in what you ever want to, but when you start bringing those beliefs into ufology, it corrupts ufology and the true pursuit of the science of it. That's my opinion, and I've seen it happening. I've seen Bledsoe claim that he's got magic healing powers, that he healed a leaking cyst on his dog's neck in front of Grant Cameron with magical powers, when everybody knows if you put a compression bandage on an open wound, it will naturally form a scab anyway. So the whole UFO field is full of whack jobs and grifters. So Mick has made a valid point here. If you got people getting sick on the ranch, then why, as Green Street pointed out, why list it as a location for entertainment and all sorts of fun fair projects, and to bring in, eventually probably open up the doors up for tourism there, because that's what it sounds like it's heading towards, you know. Come and sleep in our haunted house. So yeah. So, but Brandon did reply. He hasn't blocked him yet. Brandon seems to block people that are critical of him and Travis. So I'll probably be next. But yeah, it's okay to be critical as long as you can answer the questions, I think. And if you're a BSer, bullshitter, then you'll get found out, right? And it's okay to say, well, it's not proven, but this is my theory, and it may change by the end of the season or whatever. That's also okay by me, because I do it myself. You know, I started with a theory and then I evolved the theory, but can never prove it. But maybe in time it will get proven, you know, multiverse or whatever. So Travers went on this show here talking about the radiation. I was more concerned about his actual claims that he was making in it. So we'll just play a clip on it. I think it's okay to play it, hopefully anyway.
Where Skinwalker Ranch is, it is to the east, or what would be downrange of the nuclear test facility in Nevada.
It's a long way, though, from the Nevada test site. You know, and that was one of the first things we looked at. Right. We checked for residual radiation and things like that, and there's nothing there.
But we blew up 1,000 atomic bombs there. I mean, that's a lot. If you told the average guy on the street, could the U.S. survive 1,000 atomic bombs? They said, well, no. And I said, well, we've already blown that many up on ourselves out there at the test range.
Well, they were small tactical nukes too, though. We didn't blow up like the Russian Tsar Bomba or anything like that. But yeah.
But is it possible that some of that could be radiation that has drifted in?
No, because we.
Well, actually, scientifically wise, if it got into the groundwater system, yeah, it'd be there until it decays, half-lives, right? So they've had a lot of underground water on Skinwalker Ranch. Who knows? There might be some underground bomb test they did that's still radiating into the water system. And that might be what's killing the cattle. Who knows? We don't know what tests they've run on the water. Have they checked for radiation? or if they just checked for poisons and stuff. Also, it's well known that radon gas comes naturally from rocks, as I've talked about in past live shows, and it can escape in pockets of gas, right? And generally, if you've got high powered lines, 10,000 volt, 100,000 volt power lines running over your property, and you build a house underneath one, it's well known that people get cancer that living under these high voltage power lines, because what happens is it attracts radon gas and it builds up. And also people living in basements in America where they got granite and slate, which naturally is emitting some radon gas, and it builds up in the basement if you haven't got regular ventilation and stuff like that. So yeah, to say no, it couldn't possibly be from nuclear tests. 1,000 detonations, and a lot of those would have been underground. And you've probably seen the shafts on Google Maps where people are claiming there are underground bases and secret entrances. UFO Proof was putting up some stuff from Third Phase, and Tyler was also doing some stuff about these hangars and entrances going underground. That's because they probably stored a lot of nuclear waste in barrels as well as using that location already built for storing radiation stuff, waste from their nuclear power plants around the country, right? But yeah, straight away Travis saying no. But how does he know? I'm not saying that he's wrong, that there is no sign of all that testing going on in this case, but just to come out and sort of not say what I said, basically, that you can never be 100% sure, right? So let's just carry on.
We know what those decay products are, and we've looked for them, and you can see them in the residual background. And we know what they are, and they're way below safe norms.
Okay, so where did they look for it? In the air? Did they look in the water? Did they look at all the did they do a core, soil core going downwards, like they do on Oak Island, and actually look at all the different layers? I don't. We don't. If they have, we haven't seen it on the show. So it's all mystery. He's saying, yeah, we checked all this, but when we're seeing the show, them checking EMF levels, and you got some idiot walking close to him with a smartphone in his hand. And as you know, I've probably shown it with my ghost detector stuff, with EMF stuff. That you put it near a mobile phone and it lights up. So yeah, it's sort of amateur hour for scientists. This guy's meant to be a master's of all that sort of stuff, degrees, and he doesn't seem to follow the basics. Make sure there's no electrical devices that transmit radio signals and phones and all that sort of stuff anywhere near where they're walking around detecting stuff. And that goes way back to the first season even. But I just thought they were just putting it on for a show, acting, right? I don't know. But yeah, they should be embarrassed, Travis, as far as I'm concerned.
And what we're seeing, what we're measuring, are spikes in the gamma rays. And I'll tell you this, that we took a calibrated, NIST traceable instrument out there that would measure the spectrum of the gamma rays. Mm-hmm. And they were at 511 kilo electron volts. Now, let me explain what that means. That's the frequency of gamma rays or X-rays that happens when you have antimatter and matter collide. When you have an electron and a positron collide, they blow up and they create these gamma rays. That doesn't happen.
I'd have to question that science there straight off. Straight away he's gone into this idea of antimatter and normal matter. And I have my doubts on what antimatter really is. it's meant to be the opposite to regular matter, so it annihilates, it gets attracted, and essentially release a lot of energy like an atomic bomb. But yeah, I have some problems with antimatter in itself because when you start to crash protons into neutrons into an atom to try and get it to break so they can analyze the particles coming off, you're going to alter their spin, and the spin, you're going to alter the dense energy that makes up that particle, which is going to change it spin. You know, it's like two cars crashing. One's going to spin one direction, the other one might shatter into bits. So you're really changing the charge of that particle, and then you're trapping that particle spinning in this new formation in a magnetic field, so you can sort of collect it. I think that's what they do. It's just that we can't see right down inside atoms, and we probably will never be able to do it. You'd have to find, at the moment, electron microscope uses electrons, right, to bounce off atoms, and they can actually see, will represent it, computerize the bounce back angles and represent what they're seeing that way. It's not actually like you're seeing it with your eyes or optical. So yeah, maybe in the future we can do that with metamaterial lenses and see nanoscale, but again it's going to be made of atoms itself. So, but you'll still be able to look at maybe bacteria and stuff like that in great detail. But yeah, that's another topic. So yeah, radiation, gamma rays, can be emitted from various sources, and it can actually be in pulses and random, and it could be strong. It could be, you know, it could be focused into maybe even a beam. And you never know what sort of experiments they were doing over that time, where stuff may have crashed, or stuff in the past that may have crashed into that region that is emitting these strange radiation bursts, which may, as I've talked in the past live shows, talking about meteorite impacts. And there's been some really big ones, especially all over North America, where strange activity happens. You know, the magnetic fields you go crazy. You know, you've seen it on the show where it's the compass spins around. And there's certain regions on the Earth, not just at Skinwalker, where that happens. And I believe probably Bermuda Triangle is part of that as well, because there's been some big impacts there as well. And it may be just in a particular area or spot where that happens, right? But anyway, that again is probably another subject. It's one that I was actually looking into a long time ago, but never actually continued looking deeper into it. But it's an interesting field to look at. Have we got a spammer on the side there, Jasper? I'm not sure what's going on here. Oh no. Yeah, if anyone's spamming on the side and not paying attention, just time them out or whatever. I think most of you guys have got spammers. Let's see. I'll just go through about science of plasma. Yeah, I got it coming up. It's part of the thing that I'm looking into. No, nothing about Skinwalker Ranch. Well, it's a show for entertainment rather than proof of paranormal and UFOs so far. I believe there is stuff happening there, and I think it relates to, like I said, millions of years ago, big meteorite impacts happened, and that material gets embedded way underground, Of course, you never know. There might even be some rare isotopes and even not materials, but rare materials that we've yet to discover that might be anywhere underground where these impacts happened on Earth. Well, most of them probably happened in the sea, though, because as you know, the sea is most of the planet. Some years ago, I heard an interesting podcast about Wendelstein 7X Stellarator. What is that exactly? Without me having to look it up. Is that one of those experimental X-planes, is it? The host, what host, is doing this for years. The host on this podcast, you mean? What did I do? What did I miss? I mean, anyway, just carry on. Just catched up on the side comments there. So he's talking about gamma rays here.
Anywhere except atom smashers, big particle colliders, and in science fiction. That's what run the
bollocks, I think, to that. Carry on.
Core.
Right.
Not to go to Star Trek on you there, Rick, but
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Well, so many times, our science fiction ends up being true later on because, people had a vision or thought something might work,
Sure.
and it ends up working. So what do you attribute that to?
Well, I don't know. And the fact
That's the question.
The fact that it happens at such high levels and in very localized spots. That's not a technology that we have, and so it's not something naturally occurring, and it's not from any technology I've ever heard of. So it's something unique.
It's called nature,
either to that location or to whatever that phenomena.
Can it be harmful to you?
Oh yes. In fact, we've had several times where we've had to evacuate an area because the radiation level got too high.
So there you go. So I think I did comment on this. Here we go. So I said, so Travis, an expert. Why did he say gamma rays aren't natural? Because shale is the biggest producer of radiation. Gamma rays and X-rays can come from rocks, not just space. The gamma ray spikes are directly related to the uranium content in the source rock. The high value gamma ray spikes are independent of the TOC content and lithology. The gamma ray logs. This is what's happening at Skinwalker, not natural. Travis, are you sure? Gamma rays and rocks. In some places, non-shale exhibit elevated levels of gamma radiation. For instance, sandstones can contain uranium materials, potassium, feldspar, clay, fill-in, or lithic fragments, and cause the rock to have higher than usual gamma readings. So this is some just basic research I did online. And so on said here, there's not only radiation but poltergeists. But when you think about it, if you got radiation that's passing through your brain and microwaves and X-rays passing through your brain, wouldn't that make you possibly see things in your mind's eye that are not actually there? This is why we do paranormal research. Could be that your environment where that house is somehow affecting your brain and visual part of your brain to see things which are not there. But it doesn't explain why sensor lights seem to go on and they seem to go only, certain things seem to only happen at certain parts of the day. It doesn't make sense. Sometimes it happens in certain time in the day and certain time in the night. In my case, anyway. But as far as I know, we've only got old, big riverbed boulders, and because we're on an ancient riverbed here where I live. But all those boulders come from the big Alps mountains on one side, where the water comes down and erodes part of the rocks, which are made up of obviously hard rock, balsamic rock, and stuff that looks almost like granite rocks, which will have radiation in it. So, but that's what I got, a radiation meter, and I went through the house, right, and it was all base levels. It was really probably lower than probably what you'd get in America, because you got, as I said, radioactive basements, pretty much. So if I put that in a Google search, actually, I think I have covered it before. So again, this leads into the paranormal as well as UFO visions, right? Or seeing things, you know. So you might be filming and you might see something in the sky, but it might actually be something natural. It might be something that forms because of the radiation, or the rocks around you forms this plasma ball or whatever, you know. So yeah, this is why it's got to be science related rather than a clown school, goof on school. So yeah, so if you put in here radiation in USA basements, see what comes up. Okay, so straight away, as I was talking about radon, how does radon get in your home? Okay, so we've noticed that it's mentioned on Skinwalker Ranch, and it might be what's killing the cows, of course. But they brought the expert Linda Moulton Howell on there to explain it all to them. And you got the Travis Walton, the scientist that doesn't know how to use Google and find out the stuff that I find out, obviously. You know, I'm not claiming to be qualified like him, but so far he's not actually proven much at all with his so-called qualification, and seems to be diving into what I call the disinformation side of things, saying it's antimatter and all this sort of stuff, or portals, without any really good proof, you know. I find it really frustrating, and he comes across as a government disinformation agent, and Brandon just loves him. So yeah, you've got to be careful. Anyone that works for the government at home may have a radon problem. So just pay attention here, guys that live in America. Radon is a radioactive gas that comes from natural decay of uranium that is found in nearly all soils. It typically moves up through the ground to the air above and into your home through cracks and other holes. You might remember they pulled off a lid of a well on the old settlements, and the radiation meters went berserk, and then it went away. That's because it was building up from the ground into that cavity, and then they released it and breathed it all in. So if Travis gets cancer, it might be because they weren't, I don't think he was wearing a mask, was he, when he was doing that? But then again, if it's given off gamma rays, there's probably not going to be much you can do about it. Your home traps radon inside where it can build up. Any home may have a radon problem. That's new and old homes. well sealed and drafty homes and homes with or without basements. So even ventilation may not help you. Radon from soil gas is the main cause of the radon problem. Sometimes radon enters the home through, water. Remember I was talking about water earlier? In a small number of homes. The building materials can give off radon too. However, building materials rarely cause radon problems by themselves. So it's got more information there. So that was just top of the search that we did there. What else we got? Where in the US is the risk of radon exposure the highest? Well, we just read it's everywhere. Alaska, because radon is emitted from material like rock, soil, and water. Alaska's glaciers, crisp waters, and fertile volcanic soil make the perfect breeding ground for radon. So there's a map, and it looks like it's everywhere. And I guess the darker blue is it? Let's see. Let's just click on that. See, we got a better map. Have we got a better map? Alaska, South Dakota, Pennsylvania. Look, the train wreck place. Ohio. Ohio. I've got my fruit's going out. It's probably all these bugs in the house. That's a bit better. Washington. Keep going. Yeah, a map would have been better. Kentucky, and look how much paranormal happens in Kentucky, right? And they've got the underground caverns there and water. Montana, Idaho, Colorado. That's next door to Skinwalker Ranch, isn't it? They got the big mountain range. What's it called? Denver. What's those big mountain range called? I've forgotten. Let's see. Mountain West sub-region of Western United States. Rocky Mountains, that's the word I was after. John Denver. Denver John. That's not his real name though. But that's right next door to Skinwalker Ranch, I believe, isn't it? Let's do maps again. Remember I did that episode and I found that the Denver airport was almost parallel to where Skinwalker Ranch is. They talked about hearing underground noises, and people were talking about underground tunnels at the Denver airport. Just makes you wonder if they've actually do have a tunnel that goes under this mountain range here. So there's Utah there on the map, right? Salt Lake City. And high radiation is on the map there. And it's right next to Utah, where Skinwalker Ranch is, and that's going to have naturally high radiation, you'd think, wouldn't you? Or it would have some underground water that's carrying the radiation from the actual mountains, not actually from the nuclear bomb blasts. So there's Nevada desert, where they did the nuclear testing coming that direction, and you got the mountain range that's naturally radioactive coming this way. But you think travellers would be looking into that sort of stuff, wouldn't you? So let's see, can we actually bring up Skinwalker? Skinwalker Ranch. I'm not sure how much I'm about to do today, actually, because as you see, I've got a fair bit of tabs and science and technical stuff to go over. Skinwalker Ranch to Denver Airport. This is fun. Here we go. Get rid of that. Oh, no, I needed that. Damn it. I wanted to minimize it. What happened? Try that again. There we go. How do I get rid of that? There we go. So you can see it'd be perfect for a tunnel system heading off this way underground. Remember they said they shouldn't drill or anything because bad stuff happens. Maybe they're being monitored by the government that know they've got a secret tunnel system or base under there that they don't want them to drill into and ruin everything. So yeah, they're talking about UFOs being buried underground. Well, that could be a possibility, a good fairy story, fantasy story. Maybe a UFO did crash there millions of years ago and it's buried underground, and they were tunneling and actually come across the chamber and found the flying saucer debris there, and they're still studying it today. Who knows? I could write a good sci-fi. There you go. I just got a plot. Who wants to buy it off me? So yeah. So if we go to satellite view, and what's this line here? So there's the blue line that goes through the back roads, jig 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 jig. Or you can get a helicopter, which obviously Brandon Fugel uses, and you can fly it there in 1 hour, is it? And you can see, because it's right next to the airport, we might see distant planes coming in and going in the sky that could explain some of the big lights, and it could be like how far away is that? Does it actually give us indication? How big are these squares? 1, 2, bit hard to read it. How do we do the thing again? There was a way that we did the measuring. How do we get it up again? So you'd see plane lights from easy 100 kilometers away, possibly even further, especially depending on the time of day and whether they got the lights on during the day, which they can do sometimes. They have landing lights on. Yeah, measuring. I've forgotten. Was it a control key? I'm going to have to look it up again. How to measure on Google Maps. Here we go. On the computer, open maps, right click on your start point and select measure. Okay. Let's give that a whirl. Got too many tabs, that's quite annoying. So right click, measure, there we go. And then, oh, I forgot to read the next bit. Was it just click? There we go. And what does it say? Where's the measure? Where's the information? 281 meters. 452 kilometers. Hang on. That can't be right. What am I misreading? So that means if that's 400, doesn't look like 400 though. that means they could easily see planes on a flight path coming in and out around about there, which is right over where their triangle bit is. Or, you know, it's where they normally have their experiments going. They normally sit over here looking this way. So you'd have planes coming in on flight paths this way to land at the airport, right? So they're probably looking on flight radar, but they're looking not far enough out, if you know what I mean. But that's one possibility. Also, we know there's now Chinese spy, what they call spy weather balloons, which maybe they've got big antennas on them that can transmit the frequency 1.6 on radio band. So if it's not coming from communications satellites because the signal's too weak, then it could easily come from experimental Chinese balloon, right? That might be flying over the ranch that we only just now found about, and they've been flying in the skies for many years. So could that be one of the possibilities, that because of the air currents and slipstream, that they're actually getting these Chinese weather balloons occasionally flying past in the sky? It's very possible. And of course you saw how big they are, and they could be way up there. And what would illuminate it though? Maybe you don't see it unless you got special cameras, right? Which that they do have. If they're not spy satellites and actually do have their own avoidance lights on there, so just to be, you know, maybe caring Chinese people, they may light up the balloon so anything avoids it and don't crash into it. So it's another possibility, you know. I don't think everything's all about being evil. It possibly is some experimental up in the air all the time weather balloons, because that would save you having to keep launching them every day, right? Maybe the Chinese got a better idea, design going. But yeah, there you go. At least I've done more research than I've seen on Skinwalker Ranch in that last 10 minutes here. But I kind of find it interesting, you know, about the underground tunnels and all that. And you got the mountain range here. And you got the Rocky Mountains. I suppose that's part of the Rocky Mountains, is it? Let's see, let's put Rocky Mountains on there. Try and still understand Rocky America landscape. Colorado. Let's see, just put that in. And it's come up, Rocky Mountains. There you go. The whole thing's Rocky Mountains, and we know it's now radioactive. And it's right close to the ranch. And that's on a strange type of rocks there too, as we found out. Anyway, I just hope you found that interesting. I'm not too sciencey for you guys. Do we leave it there? I don't know. Sometimes I go back, think, oh, I wish I left it open. Okay, we're going down the list. West Virginia. So there's a lot of places here. New Hampshire, Maryland, Illinois, Nebraska, Wyoming, Kansas, Tennessee. It's all over the place, isn't it? And look, 18 Wells location, Minnesota, New Jersey, Utah. There you go, confirmed. We sort of guessed that by the Rocky Mountains right next door to it, right? Rhode Island, even Missouri, New York, even. Maybe that's why most of them are crazy in that big city. I'm just joking. New Mexico, Virginia, Michigan, Nevada, naturally radioactive. Oregon, everywhere. Look, Just keeps on going. Georgia, California, even. Well, that might explain why they're sort of loopy as well. Texas, Arizona, Florida. So yeah, Arizona. Yeah, I think that must have done something to goof on. Yeah, I'm just joking. But anyway, I'll post a link there. You might find it a bit interesting. You might start want to get yourself radiation meters if you've got basements over there, and just check it out, guys. They're about $40 American. But just check out the seller reviews. Some sellers are a bit dodgy if you get it from China. Radon, deadly gas. And of course, it builds up around electrical wires. Gets attracted, you know. USA, States. Okay, we better move on a bit, I suppose. It's amazing how much time you spend diving into this stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I'll just post that tweet there in case you want to join the discussion. Mick West, yes, Brandon, and Travis, I guess. Jasper's racing along. I don't think I've got too technical for you guys, but yeah, I tried to keep everything lay term. Is B Baker around still? He's normally got some good stuff to add occasionally. We need more scientists and critical thinkers in the channel, really. But I tend to scare them off, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, we'll just carry on. Anyone can become a scientist, and anybody can read and learn, right? This is what you do in universities anyway. You don't actually get taught stuff in university, you get tutored. So you get rough concepts drawn up on the board and book references, and you're going to have to dash to the library and start reading. University tutors I found were the laziest in the big universities, but the college universities were more grounded and focused on making people able to work and integrate businesses. But yeah, for a long time in New Zealand, the colleges didn't have degree status, and when I was there, it was just coming in, and I managed to skip a few years of their so-called degree program and do another, tack on another degree, so to speak. But it wasn't actually called a degree because there was a lot of politics, and it was called like Advanced Business Computing Certificate, and it got renamed to a diploma and all this sort of stuff. So there's a lot of politics in education, let alone government. So there you have one interested mind, and still you don't appear to see him. B Baker, I haven't seen any new comments here. Scrolling up, but maybe I need to change top chat to live chat because I know Google does hide some, doesn't it? I'm a bit scared to do it on here. No, I haven't blocked anyway. I said to you guys to just monitor it and control it. Live chat, let's see if it works. Looks like it's still working on the control thing. It reloaded something, but looks for it. Yeah, so you reckon the new guy here. Did you actually tag my name with the question? Because there is a lot of chat here to go through. That does help. So you're talking about the Swedish lights, is it? Yeah, I have covered that in past live shows. Talking about plasma forming between a certain mountain range there. It only happened in a certain area, right? And they were talking about the makeup of the soil. But yeah, I have covered that in the past. But I didn't want to recover it here. Yeah, just make sure if you want a question or tell me something, just do at the out there channel and it will show up different in my chat thing here. Because I haven't got time to go through every single comment and try to work out, because people chick chat, you know, in the side chats. So I saw Jasper once he tagged me, right? It just popped out, you know. No one's blocked. I see Mr. Elvis. Cool. Okay, so what did I see here? I think I just posted the comment just to make sure I didn't lose it. So yeah, I was going to look up also radiation and shale rock. Slate rock, I think it is. Gamma ray bursts from slate. There we go. Let's see what comes up. Crash course. Gamma ray bursts. So they're talking about outer space there. Bullocks right there. What do gamma ray bursts come from? Let's see if they list it. Scientists now know that a vast variety of gamma ray bursts are long bursts longer than 2 seconds. They are thought to occur when a massive star runs out of fuel. Without the force to resist the crush of its own gravity, the core star collapses. How rare is gamma ray burst hitting Earth? So again, it's talking about space. Once every 5 million years. So no time, we shouldn't really worry about it, but we just might be in the unlucky period when it happens. There is a thing called like a Death Star that beams like a lighthouse beam of radiation, isn't it? But I want to narrow this down. Have I spelt slate right there? Rock. Let's try that. Here we go. Earth may have been hit by a cosmic blast 1200 years ago. Again, this is what I was talking about, the meteorite impacts, right? Gamma ray burst happens when a black hole is born. There are several ways this can occur. The most often, blah blah blah. Gamma ray burst is Rosetta Stone for finding neutron star. Again, I said rock. I wanted the rock stuff. Gamma ray burst from, maybe I can quote it. Slate 88. That's how you spell it, isn't it? Maybe I should get rid of burst, maybe. I know, I did get it somehow. Let's just go gamma ray slate. What type of rock is slate formed from? Metamorphic. There's that meta word. Which sounds like the stuff that would make special coatings for top secret planes. Under relative low temperature and pressure. The original material was a fine clay, sometimes with sand or volcanic dust, usually in the form of a sedimentary rock. Rock. Here we go. Radiation using radioactive cobalt atoms is preferred. No, that's not what we're after. Let's try radiation. Maybe. It's funny how sometimes you just can't find it. Technical data sheets. Okay, let's just try something different here. What rocks in USA is radio? Look, slates come up. I'll just go and type what I was going to do. Radioactive. Let's see what that gives us. Natural radiation in rock soils and groundwater. Bingo. Southern Florida is underlain. What's that word there? That's kind of weird. Let me just get that up. Natural radiation in rocks, groundwater of southern Florida, with a discussion on potential health impacts. Well, again, ask, how about Utah? We need to find Utah. Underlain by rocks. Underline? Line? I don't know. Is that line? Is that a spelling mistake? I just look that word up. Yeah, because we know science have lots of strange words. Underlie. Be a significant cause or basis of something, even if it not necessarily manifest. Especially of a layer of rock or soil, lie or be situated under. Underlying. Okay. Looks like it's correct. Sometimes they do have spelling mistakes. So, by rocks and sediments that naturally contain radioactive isotopes. The primary origin of a radioactive isotope is mycene aged phosphate deposits that can be enriched in uranium-238, which they use in nuclear bomb tests as well. But don't they also have radioactive mining in those areas for that reason? I think they shut down a load of it after the war, right? And because people were getting sick, and it's because of the breathing in the dust of the soil and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on this, right? Potassium 40 decay, thorium 232. It's got lots in it. I'm not going to read it all, of course, but we've got a chart here. Space background 5%. Radon and thorium background 37%. That's pretty high. Look at that. It's probably why they made it red. Terrestrial background, internal background, industrial, very small. What's that one? Radiograph, radiation. I suppose. What's the chart name? Per year or what? Average annual. Yep. average annual exposure to ionized radiation of United States population. Bulk of it's radon gas, look. Which comes from the ground. Computed topographical medical. So all the hospitals, I guess that's part of that chunk there. Nuclear medicine, big chunk there. It's quite interesting. Uranium-238 decay chain. Look at all the things it forms. PATH, RN, radium, I guess. PO, potassium. PD, that's lead, I think. BI, what's that? Bismuth, which they use as radiation absorber, right? Because of the crystallized structure it has. Yep, lots of technical reading there. Maybe I'll just post that link, you might find it interesting. I think that just confirms what I'm saying, really, but he was talking about in bursts of a certain size, but we haven't actually looked at if we can validate if that burst can come from soil or only what he's claiming, antimatter collisions, which I think he's got to be wrong. I think it's got to be naturally made. But yeah, like I said, I'm not an expert on this stuff, and we're just looking up what we can to figure out stuff. I already copied it over. It's going to be lots of technical pages like this with hours and hours of reading. It's what interesting is groundwater there. What rocks have high radiation? And granite is listed there. How do you identify radioactive rocks? Well, get a Geiger counter. There you go. Which I've got. Everybody should get one, I think. What are the most common radioactive rocks? That's what we're trying to get. Slate is one, but it hasn't so far hasn't brought it up. I was trying to find a pie chart like we just did with the rocks. I'm not sure if anyone's done any studies on it. Probably someone must have done. It might be not current though, or it might not be scanned for us to search online. Let's just put Slate in again. Slate. Beds of quartz or grit ribbons. Now we know quartz, when it's compressed, can actually emit microwaves. So they're also getting microwaves on the ruts, right? American slate. Saying where it would be found. Okay, let's see if it's got a pie chart on that. Where we got... Ugh, look at this. Oh, not the best of maps. Have we got a better map than that? Not color coded or anything. Oh, look at all that reading. See, some people are studying it. I'm not sure what we're looking at there. Looks like a mountain range, doesn't it? Close-up pictures, magnified, bollocks, what? On and on and on. Well, really, 180 pages. Yeah. Yeah, so that one is not terribly great, unfortunately. Where does Slate come from in USA? Again, we're looking for radiation. Vermont, New York, Virginia, Pennsylvania. Slate in Spain is the source of about 90%. Natural radiation rocks. Okay. I wonder if it's... we looked at that one before, didn't we? Slate Mountain. El Dorado. California. There you go. Natural radioactively and building materials. I suppose we could read that one too. Here we go. A variety of materials may be used to make countertops, including artificial materials, quartz, marble, slate, and granite, which we know is radioactive. Now let's just try a different approach. Is slate radioactive? Slate stones, known as fine-grained sedimentary rock, has some uranium and radium and eventually decay to radon and releases into ambient air. Okay, there you go, radioactive. Let's try a question. Does slate emit gamma rays? Oh, let's come up. So it probably has got some. Thermoluminescence properties of slate. Slate sample was exposed to gamma doses. Okay, looks like another experiment. Rocks give off radiation. Do bricks have radiation? Marble granite contain very low levels of natural occurring radioactive. However, these materials can emit radon as materials decay. There you go. Okay, here we go. Granite countertops and radiation. Damn throat. Naturally occurring radioactive elements in granite can emit small amounts of beta and gamma radiation, which I'm pretty sure they're going to have on that ranch, aren't they? They're going to have granites. Slate sample was exposed to gamma dose. We've read that one before. $60 keV gamma radiation. What's that one? AM decays to neptunium 237. So what's that talking about there? It's talking about soil. Clean slate. I think probably have to read the whole article. When you sort of cherry pick things, it can sort of merge two sentences together. Thunderclouds emit gamma radiations in powerful millisecond long bursts called terrestrial gamma ray flashes, first discovered by space observationaries. 2012. That's interesting, isn't it? First time I come across that. So it doesn't always come from deep space as well. It comes from the ground and it comes from the sky. It's having trouble getting to that site. That's kind of weird. Maybe I'm blocked. Maybe it's behind a paywall. Why did Google get access to it then? Scientific America. Yeah, would make sense. They would lock it off, eh? That would be behind a paywall. Quartz countertop. How much radiation does brick? We're after slate. Late 88. Now it's talking about radiation here. Slate is popular stone to be used as architectural component for flooring and roofing. Okay, let's just have a read of that one. Temporary unavailable. Told you. Yeah, the men in black are making sure I can't look it up and actually show you the information. Nuclei that decay emitting radio, gamma rays, alpha and beta particles. Looks like we've got a lawnmower outside. What can I find it now? Try radiation. Maybe X-rays. Let's try X-rays. Try it wording it a different way. Let's come up with RADON again. Just check the side comments. Okay, no, it looks like it's alright. Metamorphic. It's going to be in here, isn't it? Soft X-rays. Man, it was so easy, much easier last week or the week before to find all this information. Now it seems to be buried again for some reason. Okay. But they said it had uranium in it. Uranium. There's some slate rock. Slate stones known as fine. See, that's what we read before. There you go. Radon. So if it's got uranium in it, it's going to emit gamma rays, isn't it? But why can't we find the information now? What stones are most radioactive? Maybe I have to read the full pages. Uh, 2009. Potassium, uranium, thorium. Yeah, we're seeing that already. Such minerals are most common in certain types of rock involved through processes in the earth crust. These rocks may have involved by either the dilation or molten magma or shifting by sedimentation. Granite, yeah. And it talks about that, which I'm pretty sure is going to be plenty where Skinwalker is. Pegmatite, one type of granite rock in which radioactive materials are particularly common, is very coarse grained. So there you go. I bet that's on the ranch. Shale. Maybe it was shale I was meant to be typing in rather than slate. Shale is a sedimentary rock which evolves through the weathering of rocks by chemical decomposition and water transport. Most minerals shale are clay materials. Yeah, I probably got mixed up by those two words actually. Ku and th fit well into clays. What else? It got sandstones. That's got to be there, isn't it? and conglomerate, sedimentary products of riverine erosion, deposition, and cementation similar to shale. There you go. Phosphorite and coal. Bedded phosphorate deposits. Metamorphic rocks. That's sort of like an umbrella name, isn't it, really? Are formed by effects of great heat and pressure on persistent igneous magmatic or sedimentary rocks. Blah blah blah, it's a mouthful. High content of radioactive elements tend to retain that content. So that sounds like Utah. Oh, look at that list. So what's that list say there? All the different types of rocks or minerals, right? Zircon. That's got to be rare. What else we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Unless I counted it wrong. 28 different types of minerals. Relative origin occurrence of radioactive elements in rocks. Common. Shale, not slate. I've got it mixed up, I think. Granite, bedded phosphate, and coal. There you go. I wouldn't have thought coal, but there you go. Occasionally andesite, conglomerate, sandstone, and there's slate. Slate, shale. So slate, shale is higher than slate. Occasionally. So that's where I went wrong. And here we go. Rare basalt, limestone, quartzite, and marble. So granite and shale are got to be the most common rocks at Utah, I'd say, with some slate and limestone. It comes from outer space and antimatter collisions. Bullshit. Radioactive materials may occur either as residual or secondary deposits in soil. It's quite a good webpage, this one. Lucky we clicked that one. Oh, it's actually a PDF, is it? Education site, 17 pages. Uranium is mobile in groundwater, which Skinwalker Ranch has, but readily precipitated by humic acids in soil. It may be found in carbonized plant or animal remains, and may also fill openings in porous soils, which is what they've got at Skinwalker Ranch, you know, the big holy rocks they got there. No wonder people get sick there. Anyway, I'll just post a link there. Phew, we got there in the end, I think. Final rocks info, which is what we're after. That's actually good page, that one. There we go. God, man, how are we going for time? So it's all good. Okay, so now we're getting on to the radio frequency stuff, which is a bit of a joke. Jezba. This is what Paul does. He patiently deconstructing bad actors, hoaxes, and unscientific claims. Yeah, and you can see me doing it in some of it in process here. But sometimes I do it offline and can spend days at it and piecing it all together, right? So this is an interesting thing I read here. Remember about the 1.6 gigahertz signal The very first episode of this season is a total joke, and I probably, like I said, I was probably going to add it to this section and do some screen snapshots. I'm waiting for the second episode, maybe the third one, and then I'll just bundle it together a wee bit. But we can just call this a precursor to watching the series. So I'd say watch the series anyway, and you might get a big chuckle out of it. And just see if you can spot all the scientific errors that they're doing, or all the crazy assumptions to try and to boost the ratings of the show, I call it. You know, I thought it was going to be a really good show with real credible scientists and making the data public, open source, because a billionaire doesn't need money, right? So, and maybe have like a forum where, well, maybe a Discord group for it, where people can put some suggestions in for the website, but it would be ideally to be on the website itself, where people can put suggestions in, and someone clever actually thinks, oh, that's worth considering or looking into, and tick it, and somehow it ends up on a separate tab or something to answer or whatever, or to research and answer. So I found this Reddit post, and I thought this was bang on for the radio signal that they're getting. Naturally, I did an early one thinking about communication satellites. They use that 1.6 gigahertz band. And when they've talked about it, it's been like a bright light in the sky, which looks like a satellite. But again, now we could include one of those Chinese spy balloons flying overhead. But now we got this other thing here, which I thought this sounds bang on, exactly what's probably happening. So let's just go down and read it. 1.6 gigahertz radio signal is just a military communications signal. US military has a flying data hub that communicates with line of sight transmissions at the 1.6 gigahertz frequency with ground assets. This allows two units without line of sight to communicate securely with each other. Range is about 150 miles. Skinwalker Ranch sits almost directly between Howell Air Force Base and NORAD, or the Space Force Complex. If there was a flying hub 40 miles or so east of the ranch, Hill Air Force Base could communicate to the hub and message be securely relayed to NORAD or Space Force. You know, the secret Space Force. No, the Trump Space Force. But it could be a secret one too. It could be range improvement testing, some military exercise, who knows. But the 1.6 gigahertz would light up over the ranch every time this kind of communication was being made. And of course they may have something in the sky transmitting the sky hub, who knows. It might be like the Chinese balloon. So what is this flying hub exactly? Balloons? Could be planes or helicopters. Mystery solved, not aliens. Air Force, welcome. That might explain that particular radio frequency, but about the rest of the so-called anomalies, it's hard to tell anyone what's real or entertainment. So yeah, we're not bashing the paranormal aspect, but we are looking at scientific reasons why it could affect smartphones, the radiation, microwave, and also cracks on screens of mobile phones will make, especially iPhones that are not resistive touch, but capacitive touch. So if you've got a cracked screen, that circuit is faulty, and of course it's going to start to click in the screen at random places, right? Probably should actually look that up while I'm thinking about it. So yeah, I don't think we need to read the other comments. I think that guy probably nailed it, but we could probably bring that up on a map and see what he's talking about. And I told you we'd need that map after all that. Now we have to bring it up again. I knew something would happen. So let's try Skinwalker Ranch, Utah. Boom, there we go. Come up with a picture. And if we go satellite, there's the triangle, is it? No, let's see. Where's the triangle? Where's the triangle? There, is it? Is that the triangle? Oh, there. Got it labeled. They got lots of triangles. So normally they set up a table here, right? And cameras, and they launch their rockets here, or balloon tests, or helicopter tests, and they watch it from the house or on a bench outside here. And look at all this rock, radioactive rock, and underground water, radiation. So, mystery solved. What might be killing cows? I don't remember them doing any tests on the cows for radioactive, or even I'm not sure of radon gas. Again, that would have to be something else that needs to be researched. Radon gas build up in the tissue, whether they could detect it, and all that sort of business. So, yeah, what was I going to do? I was going to type in to Hills Air Force Base, is it? Let's see what comes up. Salt Lake City, is it? Okay. Hill Air Force Base up there. It doesn't look like it's too far away. 3 hours. Again, we probably have to measure it. Measure distance and then click there. What do we got? 181 miles. So they definitely would need a hub there. 50 miles he said, wasn't it? Yeah, so let's put NORAD in. NORAD Utah, is it? What did he say? NORAD something blah 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 blah. Let's see if we got that right. Why is it not coming up? NORAD Space Force Complex. It's not coming up in the search though. Let's try again. Let's try Space Command, is it? Nope. More red. No. What can we type in there then? Space Force. Says Florida here. I don't think that's the one. I assume he knows the location because he wanted to set it. But what we do? Oh, NORAD Road. Could that be a clue? Why would it be called NORAD Road? Colorado. Space command, is it? Seeing Mountain Space Force Station. Here we go. That must be it. Let's just type that in and see what comes up. Oh, we've broken it. Is it not going to give us the information? What did I do wrong? That's weird, isn't it? Just go to full screen. It's not because I got that on the screen, is it? Nope. I didn't know you could do that. Keep on going. How do we get rid of it? The measuring tape. It's gone now. But we've lost everything. Great. Let's try useful base. This one. Put that back on. What's that look like? We'll just go down to it and have a look. What's the houses? What the hell? So I'm gonna look at Air Space. What am I missing? Oh, there we go. Of course. But I still got that line on the screen. I have. How do I get rid of it? There. Clear measurement. Oh, there you go. Right click. We figured it out. Okay. Let's go down. Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks quite a big place, doesn't it? What's this one? Station. What's that say there? Has it got big radar dishes? It has too, look. A dish, which could be this communication, part of the communications. And if you go to, how do we get the other thing up? Space, what was it called now? Space command, what was it? More red, I forgot what it was called now. Space Force. Oh, here we go. No. I can't remember what I typed now. More red. Here we go. Is that the one? Space Force. I'll just click it anyway. Let's see. Bingo. Finally. Not far from the airport, I guess. Have we got the right place though? Space Force Station. Let's go down. Let's have a look. Is that the thing that goes into the mountains? That was on Stargate. Is that the place? What's that there? Water? It's got a lot of antennas there. Where's the entrance that goes underground? That must be there, is it? Goes around. Still interesting to have a look at all this. So this now look at it. with Skinwalker Ranch in between. Looks like the signal would cut straight through the ranch, right? Probably have to put Skinwalker Ranch on the map again. See what happens. Last time it wasn't going to show us. Look at that, smack in the middle. So that guy has obviously been doing some research more than Travis. Is that the Air Force Base still? Or was it screwed up? There it is. Yep, it's not too far away at all. There. Yeah, because of the range, and we'd have to measure it again, they would have to have a sky hub to get round the mountains too, remember? The mountains are really good radio blockers. Alright, I did it wrong. Oh, I deleted something. I didn't want to. Oh well, let's try again. Damn it. Can I go back? Alright, okay, let's try this again. And then click there. So what do we got? 676 kilometers, or oh right, what I thought was meters the other day was actually miles. For 20 miles. And Skinwalker Ranch isn't quite smack in the middle, but yeah, Sky Hub. I say so. It makes sense it would be around here somewhere and transmitting. Ooh, what's that in the sky, Travis? Oh, could it be a Sky Hub? Communication. Busted. Let's see. Military. I suppose it's like an AWAC plane, maybe. I don't know. Flies around constantly in the sky, and they fly up another one to replace it, and that one lands and refuels. Or maybe they're using these stealth airships that I was talking about the last stream. Military. Hey, Tommy. I just noticed you there. Good to see you. A wee bit late to the party, though. But it's alright. We're into all the technical side of things and debunking Skinwalker Ranch. Good evening, Tommy. 420 miles. There's the problem. Yes, it's going to need a communication hub in between. Military Sky Hub communication. Let's see if it even comes up. Don't tell me it looks like a spy balloon. Because that would really nail it in the coffin, wouldn't it? Let's see, maybe can't even get it up. We have to use the right terminology, probably. What did he say it was called? Flying Data Hub. Yeah, what's the nickname of it? Flying hub 40 miles or east of the ranch. In fact, they'd probably need multiple sky hubs. Looking at that map, though. So yeah, that would make more sense, wouldn't it? Have a 2 up there, or maybe a big, huge antenna somewhere smack on that mountain range. So yeah, we haven't got a name for it, unfortunately, so it's probably got a code name for it. We need Black Vault to FOIA request it. It's possible they could use balloons something similar to what the Chinese are using. Or they could use something like a drone, I guess. But I'm only guessing here. Okay, so we got a communication thing here with satellites. But you can see that they don't include the possible airborne version. NOC hub. I don't think it's the same thing we're looking for. That probably be it there, is it? Helicopter? Oh, yeah, another possibility. I think they do see a few military helicopters, and I think they have some Black Hawks or something. Helicopters fly straight over Skinwalker Ranch, and they looked all shocked. But now we know it's smack between two Air Force military places, so it makes sense that they're going to be flying from Hills Air Force Base down to NORAD. But wait, you have to watch this show. You say, oh, Paul's told us all this before we watch it, and we have a good laugh at it, right? Here's one that's got more stuff added to it here, this graphic here. And it's got satellites, but it doesn't include the secret Sky Hubs planes. I can't see it. What's that, a truck? Oh, yeah. Looks like a truck, doesn't it? I don't know. It could be a military type truck, is it? 18 wheels. Do you work for the military? And what else we got here? A computer hub. Another computer one. And we got satellite dish here. And we got some sort of radio towers. Not dish, but that's a real dish there. But yeah, still nothing in the sky. Have we got any that includes planes and balloons? I think the AWAC would be part of that, though, wouldn't it? And the spy planes, right? That constantly would be flying back and forth. Eyes in the sky, so to speak, right? Right, here we go. HAP. A blimp. As they got there, at least. So there's a balloon. Modulation level. Anyway, I suppose we should move on. There's all these different diagrams here. Let's have a look at that one. What's this thing? LAP. Is that in the sky? What's LAP? Terrestrial. It's not Los Angeles Police, I don't think. But let's have a click on that one. We're always figuring out and learning new stuff here. Anyway, let's see. Can't see it listed there. What the hell is it? Kind of looks like a balloon, doesn't it? Makes you wonder if that's what they're seeing. But maybe I'm just misreading the diagram, I don't know. But anyway, maybe other people can carry on the research a bit more on that side of things if you want to. What's this one? There we go. We've got one that's got a plane in it. Truck. Yeah, we had the truck before, and we got boat. But it hasn't got the balloon this time. And it's got satellite dishes, radio, towers. Yeah. So we got possibilities there. So apparently they analyzed that 1.6 gigahertz and found it had a carrier lead-in, which you get on communication devices, isn't it? Like Bluetooth mouse. has like a 2 millisecond, what do you call it, carrier at the start and end. So it can pull out the signal and know what is actually the data in the signal. Maybe we can look that up actually. Radio signal carrier, is it? Oh, my brain's going. Too much technical stuff. Signal carrier, is that the word? Carrier wave, there we go, that's what I was after. The term originated in radio communication, where the carrier wave creates the wave which carry the information data through the air. So how's that work? I suppose we could look at the technical side of it all. Obviously it's to do with frequency, sidebands, is it? Here we go. Frequency spectrum of a typical radio signal from AM to FM. A horizontal axis is frequency, the vertical is signal amplitude or power. Consists of a signal C, the carrier wave frequency FC, with the modulation contained in the narrow frequency band called sidebands just above and below the carrier. So that's like a lay terms picture, I guess. So we need to probably break down what a sideband is. Carrier wave usually has much higher frequency than the meshes signal. This is because it's impractical to transmit signals with low frequencies. The purpose of the carrier is usually either to transmit the information through space as an electromagnetic wave, as in radio communication, or allow several carriers at different frequencies to share a common physical transmission media by frequency division multiplexing. As in cable TV system. The term originated in radio, blah blah blah. So yeah, where's sideband? Sideband, where is it? There, sideband. So let's click on that one. In radio, a sideband is a band of frequency higher than or lower than the carrier frequency that are the result of the modulation process. The sidebands carry the information transmitted by the radio signal. The sidebands comprise all of the spectral components of the modulated signal except the carrier. The signal components above the carrier frequency consists of the upper sideband. Yeah, I think we're probably going to have to learn radio and more technical electronics and all that sort of stuff. Like how does the data get added into that? So yeah, apparently they detected a lead-in carrier on the 1.6 gigahertz, and because of the amplitude it couldn't be from a satellite but a radio transmission, which again fits in with the Sky Hub, transmitting that information encrypted to an airplane that relays it to another airplane that relays it to another base or multiple bases. Yeah, so the question is, how many communication air hubs, I say, in the sky at all times. If that's going to even come up, I don't know. We're seeing the flight radar stuff. That's got like 15,000 planes in the sky. Data link refers to digital air-ground communication between aircraft and ground systems. That's talking about regular planes. So is that another possibility? Could airplanes also transmit that frequency radio? That's something else I haven't looked into. So that could be another thing. But you think it would be occurring that matches up with the flight path radar. And of course, military planes are not going to have call sign on. So when they look at their software that tracks planes, it's not going to appear on their maps. So yeah, they'll look at each other on the show dumbfounded. What could it be? Well, it could be a military plane that's communicating. So yeah, looks like we're not going to get that answer. My top secret clearance is not high enough. Because people think I'm working for the government. I'm just joking. But anyway, I'll just post that question there on the side since we used it, and you might want to join in the chat and add to it or whatever. Military Sky Comms Hub, whatever it looks like. Maybe people can find out. It probably looked like a spy plane, probably. But it would make sense if you want communication and to be connected without the internet. That you would have other means of doing that. Maybe a whole string of drones in the sky buzzing around. I don't know. Balloon would make sense, wouldn't it? It's the least energy consumption. So yeah, 4 o'clock. How long have I been going for? I did start a lot earlier today. I got to be careful that I don't, again, drag it out too much. So it's 2 hours and a half, is it? 2 hours 15, around about then. We still got 5 people with us. You haven't drifted off to sleep. Shelley Morrison, how's it going? How's Duncan? I think I saw a picture of him being walked by you. He looked like he's well fed. Was he part labby? Labby love their food. And you probably spoil him rotten. So, yeah, I was looking up... what was I looking up here? And I thought, oh, I'll just leave that up. Is it possible to get an atom to emit 2 photons, is what I was meant to say there. Can more than 1 photon be emitted during energy transition in an atom? So, I'm not sure how much you know about atoms. And oh, what happened there? What was that part off? Oh yeah, that was something else I was meant to talk about with the Skinwalker Ranch for progress on US Navy wireless beams, 1.6 kilowatt of power a kilometer using microwaves. So makes you wonder if they're experimenting with this also in that particular region. Of course, this was April 2022. I wonder what happens if a bird or something flies in the transmission beam. Does it get sort of head scrambled? So yeah, what's it say here? And what it describes as the most significant demonstration of its kind in half a century. U.S. Naval Research Laboratory NRL beamed 1.6 kilowatt of power over a kilometer, 280 feet, using a microwave beam at the U.S. Army Research Field in Maryland. Whereabouts is that? Let's see. Is that down Florida way? Maryland. There's a state in mid-Atlantic region of the United States, borders of Virginia, West Virginia, and Washington, D.C. Alright, well, there we go. How far away from Utah is that? A fair distance, I'd say. Oh, yeah, it's right on the coastline there. So, you think atmospherics would interfere with it, that experiment? But could they beam it low-flying balloon and then relay it balloon? I reckon, or recharge drones in the sky, or recharge the stealth blimp in the sky. There's all sorts of crazy theories we could come up with that developing this for. The idea of transmitting power over long distance. Hey, Tesla without wires has been around over a century. By 1970s, the technology was mature enough to make it a key component of the concept by American physicists. Gerard K. O'Neill that proposed establishing space colonies to build huge solar collector stations to bring power back to Earth. I'd say the idea is probably being used by military too, right? Which is why they're doing an experiment. Electricity is converted to microwaves, which then are focused into a tight beam. Well, Travis, better be careful in case shooting it over that rock that he's standing on. Receiver made out of what are called rectina elements. Rectina. I don't know. They're very simple components that consist of a X-band dipole antenna with a RF diode. There it is it? Rectifying antenna. And it's on a long, squarish looking platform. So what they got at the very top? Sounds kind of dangerous, doesn't it? It's got a little video there. I'll post the link to it anyway. So this is something else I found in my searches and I thought, that would be interesting just to bring it up. Surgery, mate, I thought he had it already. Yeah, Charlie's alright, since I've been a home vet. I'm Dr. Paul, home vet now. Flushed out his ears with antifungal stuff, because he's always scratching his ears, and I look like Frankenstein ears now. And he was losing the fur on the outside of his ears. So what's this micro wireless power? But that's quite a reasonable amount of power they're transmitting there, though. Not like your rechargeable phones sort of power. Useful power that can actually heat. And you can cook from and all that sort of stuff. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure your dog will be fine, Shirley. I won't worry about it too much. But when they get older, the more risk of getting surgery. So, yeah. Charlie likes to sleep a lot nowadays. Even trying to get him excited with a softball game nowadays is very hard. He might just do it once or twice and then go away and lay down. But if it's a cat across the road, he goes berserk. He doesn't like cats at all. So back to this. Is it possible to get an atom to emit 2 photons? And yeah, I was going to draw a picture, wasn't I? If it'll come up. So I don't think I've got an atom image I can use. So we just use a circle. Atom. You know what, a hollow circle. How do we get a transparent one? Probably have to do it in a layer, probably. I thought there might be some easier way. Add layer, circle. Why is it not seeing through it? What have I done wrong? It should be hollow. Is it on? Oh, right, there you go. This stuff up again, Pool. Hey, there we go. So we got a imaginary shell around an atom that has electrons orbiting. And then we have another one. So what happens is when an electron moves between the orbits, let's see if I can bring it up. So yeah, how am I going to do that? Yeah, so when an electron does it go to a higher orbit or lower orbit or both? I'm not sure now. But when it changes orbit, it releases a photon. Boom, a light. So all atoms can do this. That means even your body could emit a photon of light. So that's a good question. We'll probably be delving into another science area here. Can human atoms emit light? Is that the way to word it? Atoms and molecules can absorb and emit light, telling us how many different energy levels an electron has and how far apart the energy levels are spaced. It's not what I was after though. But I suppose if your body's made of atoms, it's got to apply, isn't it? When do atoms emit light? Yes, absolutely, because light carries energy. You can't create energy from nothing. Typically, this happens by, well, the Big Bang apparently comes from nothing, energy from nothing. So, yeah, but they still believe in it. Typically, this happens by electrons and heaven. Yeah. So it makes you wonder, if you close your eyes, do you see pure darkness or do you see occasional light? For me, I've always wondered about that. Because when I close my eyes, sometimes I do see specks of light. So is that coming from inside your eye, or is it from your eyelids, or is it just your brain being stimulated somehow? So obviously there's a lot of questions and things to do with that side of thing. How do atoms interact with light? Human injury from atomic particles. Human body. Can human eyes, atoms, emit light? Are photons visible to the human eye? Detecting individual photons answer questions about sensitivity of human vision. In dim light, we can see plenty because it turns out our eyes are sensitive enough to pick up a single photon of light. Our eyes can see single specks of light. Maybe I should put in if they're closed. Can human eyes see light from atoms? How else am I going to say it? Closed. Can human closed I see atoms? Someone's bound to ask that question, surely. No, you can't see an atom the way we used to see well, we know we can't see an atom. We want to talk about light it's emitting. Too small to deflect visible light waves, which means it won't show up under even the most power light. Yeah, I think they're talking about seeing an atom. That's not what we're after. Is it possible to see an atom? No. Can you see an electron with your eyes? Subatomic particles are not visible. But how about photon? Maybe I have to put photon. Let's talk about atoms. Let's see. See photon. It's a good question. If atoms emit light, I suppose what causes them to change orbits would be the next question, though. But this again delves into paranormal and why some people might see paranormal and others don't see it, because there may be some science to it all, right? So they're saying it's being created inside the brain, which is another thing, right? So yeah, what's that? Shall we? Oh right, good night. We've got pumpkins. Okay. I won't ask what you're talking about. I had bad luck birthdays. No, so I was waiting because of good luck. Yeah. Okay. Isn't bad luck and good luck concept like imaginary though? I know people do have bad luck, but to say it follows you around every birthday kind of sounds a bit wacky, doesn't it? Why would you have bad luck on your birthday? Really, bad luck happens every day. For me anyway. But anyway, technical errors or whatever, health problems. When do I see a white flash when I close my eyes? Of course, there's flashing lights. So it's talking about retina cells here to fire off. You may see appears to be flashing lights or lightened streaks. These are usually seen at night or in low light conditions. Is that retina detachment, whatever they call it? Vitreous shrinks and comes away from the back of the eye. But why? Floaters, flashes. So it still doesn't answer the question, could it be atoms as well? I think it's probably too hard of a question. Can humans see a single photon, yes or no? First of all, yes, the rods and cones in the retina are sensitive to single photos, however, such tiny signals are filtered out. Yeah, but if you're in the pitch black and you've got your eyes shut though, maybe the brain is able to process it. Anyway, it's interesting, but yeah, didn't find the answer we're looking for directly there, but this was relating to what I was thinking. I was trying to think of reasons for something. I can't remember what it was now. I had an idea in my head and I was thinking, I think it was to do with spooky action at a distance, right? I think this is how they create their so-called pairs. So if you think about it, if an atom releases 2 photons, that's like having twins. Then are they connected? Because they're energy, right? And it's a bit like we're talking about souls. Well, Gabber was talking about souls having weight, but I said there's no proof of that, and it's been debunked. Blah blah blah. But yeah, it caused a wee bit of a conflict a couple of lives ago. But when you think about it, those 2 photons could easily have a umbilical that connects it to the atom they come off to a certain point, and then it breaks away like a baby from the mother. But yeah, could that be part of some of the paranormal side of things as well? So that's probably what I was looking into there. All these deep things I keep wanting to find answers for. See if anyone's actually come up with the same thought process, or some scientists have actually done some tests on it to try and answer it. Is it possible for an atom to emit visible light even though the atom is smaller? So that one's got clumped off there. When an atom has an electron in an excited energy level and it transits to a lower level, it emits a photon. So it's lower level only, is it? Can an atom emit 2 photons? Physicists have long known a single atom can absorb and emit 2 photons simultaneously. So could that be used in future computers, instead of using electrons and wire, but actually use it like fiber optics? And these 2 photon 1 atom process are widely used in spectroscopy, how do you say that word, spectroscopy, and for the protection of entangled photons, entanglement used in quantum devices. There you go, Spingo. So it looks like other people have been looking into this as well. How many photons can an atom emit? Well, can it emit more than 2? It says 1 here, but single atom by its nature can only emit 1 photon at a time. A single photon can be generated at will by applying a laser pulse to the trapped atom. How about in the human body? I think we've just got so much science and stuff to research, really. It may change a lot of our science as we become more aware of this stuff. Is it possible for an element to absorb 2 photons and emit 1? Well, anything's is possible, isn't it? Yes, absolutely. This is the phenomenon of so-called non-linear light scattering. So again, this could be, people talking about aliens having special light. Already we start to see some interesting properties of our light, but it doesn't say their light is like our negative light. If they come from another universe, they may have the opposite light particle to us and have figured out this stuff here. So if it's opposite of our light that's emitted from atoms, it might pass through our atoms as though our atoms are not there. It's crazy thinking, I know, but this is the stuff that pops into my head. And trying to suss it out without being pseudoscience-y and actually look at it as a theory and maybe some way to explain teleportation or stuff moving through solids. So again, I think all atoms are dense energy. The particles are dense energy. They have a certain pattern and rotation. But how do they maintain that? Again, we could look at dark matter and dark energy that's being absorbed into the atom to maintain the aspect of it in a deeper level thought process there. Quantum entanglement there, is it? Where did I see that? There we go. Can 2 photons be entangled? Yes. That's how they do it. Entanglement can come in if you have 2 photons. Each can be put into that uncertain vertical and horizontal state. Now we're diving into the deep end of stuff here. However, the photons can be entangled so their polarizations are correlated even while they remain undetermined. Oh, guys, back up the science room now. Hang on, I just want to go to sleep. So yeah, there was a reason that I was looking into that, and that was some of it. How I find the energy to even bother researching and looking into that and trying to figure it out. It's because I'm interested in the real science of paranormal and UFO technology. Right? I don't have to be a master's or a PhD person with a physics degree. I can just find... I probably could use GPT to help me save me reading thousands of websites, and he'll put it all into one place for me probably. I probably should play around with that more. But yeah, you don't have to go to university. You can actually self-learn quite easily at home because there's so much information, right? Anyone can be a PhD. Home student. Of course, a lot of people do online courses now, and university degrees online. But they have to go in and sit a final paper, don't they, and submit some stuff occasionally, I think. But I haven't actually tried to do that. I always preferred to do it the proper way. Just go there and enjoy, really, just going into university and enjoying the whole thing. I recommend it to anyone that said, "Oh, I hated school." Well, university is different, but it's you're still going to need some brain power to pass your courses, but it doesn't matter. You could blow all your money going to these courses and fail on them if you want to, but you might find something you find interesting and actually excel in. So yeah, I think Mick West should at least do some degrees to back up his gaming mindset that he's a super duper debunker. I think he would benefit by going to university, because then he'll meet other more clever people than him, and they'll probably be friends for life, a lot of them, you know. Anyway, hey Gabber, how's it going? We're talking about something we know nothing about. Isn't that what Paul always is doing, eh, Gabber? Yeah, but it's like a live research, right? All energy has some form of mass, and light is no exception. Yeah. Although you might have a lot of PhDs debating that. Because I think if you plug it in, I don't know if ChatGPT would tell us. I actually do have an account, but has photon, well, light as a photon, have photon mass. Light is composed of photons, so we could ask if a photon has mass. The answer is then definitely no. The photon is a massless particle. According to theory, it has energy and momentum but no mass. And this is confirmed by experiment to within strict limits. But the experiments have flaws. And this is a problem with modern day science. They get told stuff in universities and they accept it as solid proof. It's like when students are told to go and verify the Big Bang, and suddenly they find problems with it, and then they become fringe scientists because the university kicks them out if they don't come up with the same as them. Isn't that how it goes? Did Einstein say photons have mass? Oh, not that Einstein guy again. Prevailing and conventional wisdom is drawn from both Professor Albert Einstein's special theory of relativity and our Platable experience holds that photons are massless particles, and that every particle that travels at the speed of light must accordingly be massless. And of course, I think they might be wrong. Is someone knocking on the door? Because I got headset on. Not sure. Maybe he's locked out. So yeah, this will be another deep dive about whether, or debate whether photons have mass or not, or whether Einstein's correct. I think they might have a very, 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 very small mass, though, from what I've been reading. I think that's another thing. Photon debate on mass. Probably would be in quantum mechanics, probably. Or quantum physics. Ooh, that's a good one. Quantum field theory, maybe. Is that the one? Let's have a look. Thoughts about quantum mechanics, yeah. Light composed of photons. We've come across that one before. I think they're wrong though, because light can be a particle or a wave, right? An electromagnetic wave. And I was talking about that. I suppose if it's like dense energy, it could be spinning around like a donut, and that spinning around is creating the frequency of the electromagnetic wave, right? As it travels. So it's a particle as well as emitting a frequency of electromagnetic spectrum. How can it be said the photon is different from quantum? How can a photon have energy but no mass? Yes, in addition to being a particle, light is also a wave. I just said that. This allows it to carry momentum and therefore energy without having mass. Does it even make sense to you, that statement? Therefore energy without mass. I think scientists have got some things wrong, personally. Doesn't really make any sense what they say sometimes. Do photons have mass but are effectively affected by gravity? So this is another thing, right? Now they're talking about space-time, how gravity pulls the fabric of space. But do you see space bent in front of you? It's just way out there type thinking, and they say they've proven it and all this stuff. That's all this other research I've been doing. Finding problems as well as looking into it. What would happen if photons have mass? Maybe Einstein would be wrong. If photons have mass, then the mass would slightly change the black body spectrum of the cosmic microwave background, which could be wrong because the light left over from it from when the universe began. Okay, the Big Bang is 380,000 years after the Big Bang. Blah 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 blah. How they come up with all these theories and seem to love and keep repeating it. To me, this is like believing in UFOs. These scientists. So yeah, I got a few tabs about all that. Did Einstein say photon has mass? I think we covered that one before. Does it mean it's got mass? Maybe that formula is wrong after all. Light is made of packets of energy known as photons, which sounds like particles. So by Einstein's famous equation linking energy and mass, photons do have mass-like properties such as momentum. So it's all gubbly googie. So yeah. So I'd like to see Gabber Beast go and fight Travis Taylor, the PhD man, because he's bound to believe what he got taught, all this sort of stuff in university. Light is formed by photons that move around to form the brightness we see. Move around. What are you talking about? Photons have no mass of their own. They have energy when they move, which Einstein said could be the same thing. Energy is mass. Yeah, I think that might be the same thing, actually. That's what I said. All particles are dense energy with patterns. Fractal patterns, probably as well. We're talking about something we know nothing about. I don't think anybody knows on the planet, really, do they? Good morning, Gabber. There is no point. It's all theory. Yeah, so why why is it no point though? If you go against conventional thinking, yeah, I'll be banned from YouTube. So what? I'm just applying it to the theory of paranormal and ufology tech. Lose your jobs and Kara assassinated. Yep. Like I was saying before about if you're a PhD student and you do an experiment that contradicts their claims, then you get kicked out and end up being a fringe scientist if you don't conform. Scientists who have refused to employ conventional thinking have been the ones who change science and bring new discoveries. Gabber, does science make any sense to you? Not really. I bang my head on the wall. Especially when I listen to alien scientists sometimes, because he's way into it all. All theories based on the best guess. Yeah, because we can't actually see what an atom is, can we? We can actually study it. And when you study it, they got this idea that when you study something, it changes its behavior. But yeah, I was just looking at it in a way, a sense of how you can possibly think of something, and when you're on the internet and someone on the other side of the world also gets the same thought, and you type in a reply at the same time, you hit enter and it comes up, and it's laughable when it happens. It happens to me quite often with certain people. So if atoms can emit energy in the form of photons, which actually may have information, and it's still connected to you by like an invisible electromagnetic, I don't know, tether of some sort, maybe it goes into the dark energy realm, then if it goes into an energy realm, how does the other person connect into that energy realm and actually connect up with that random photon of energy which contains your thought and transmit it to each other? You know, it's getting into the deep side of sci-fi, isn't it? If it had mass, wouldn't these particles amass on everything? Well, what's the solar cell? It hits the solar cell and pushes it along. Because it's got... so let's just plug that in. Like I said, I told you this episode was going to be quite deep. I know a lot of people don't like this sort of stuff, but too bad. So, how does a solar cell work? Solar cell work. So let's just type that in. Solar cell propulsion uses sunlight to propel vehicles through space, much the same way wind pushes sailboats across the water. The technology uses solar photons, sunlight which are reflected off, gain mirror-like cells made of lightweight reflective material 40 to 100 times thinner than a piece of writing paper. So that means, to me, I would say that energy has mass, right? You see the contradictions all the time, don't you? So, and they always trying to twist it and modify it so it fits the narrative. And that's from NASA. Boo-hoo, NASA! Gabber doesn't like NASA. How do solar cells work? Okay. We I think we answered that. I'm thinking I'm getting a bit of a memory drain now, unfortunately. So we're getting into plasma now, which is known as the fourth state of matter, right? Maybe we should look up what plasma is before we delve into that one. How are we doing for time? Because I might have to wrap up early again and carry on for another live stream another time. I think I need to go to the toilet too, which ain't helping. Big Bang. Yeah, I was going to talk about Big Bang again. I always keep bringing it up. Let me just... What if some universe creating aliens made the solar system with a magic wand? That sounds like a Disney film. That's like believing in God, the aliens. Well, who's to say they're not? Maybe they are the creators of the universe. And who made the aliens? So there's more questions than answers, right? Jasper, I think you're the only one that's a member still. Oh look, it's your UFO changed colour. Goes up into different colours as your program. Like I said, what was my story about that? The UFO colours represent a UFO coming to Earth, and as it's getting close to Earth and passes the sun, it turns yellow, and gets to Earth, it changes to grey colour or whatever. Something like that. I made up a story for the icons I made. But yeah, I'm not sure. There was another Australian that's not a member anymore. He's dropped off the list. So I've only got one paying membership, and Google gets 30% of it. It's only a few dollars, isn't it? So how are you going to learn from science when the scientists don't even know themselves? We got alien scientists, Gabber. Steve Cambion loves them. You're learning someone who is guessing how things might be. Yeah, we can either agree or disagree with it, though. Isn't that how we learn things? And then we try to devise an experiment to prove it, right? And you got to peer review it, which means replicate it. It's just a guess. A lot of stuff is a guess, and then it's proven to be fact. But then again, if you got two conclusions of an experiment where there's two possibles, which is something I was going to talk about again, gravitational lensing, then which one's correct? And if you choose the wrong one and you don't fit in with modern scientists, you get outcast. Not even an average... let's see, that's the quantum communication. I can communicate anywhere in the universe. Prove it! Summon a UFO to hover in front of your house and get an up-close picture of it for us. I suppose you could do an experiment too with human mind to human mind and see if you can replicate it on the live stream. That would be maybe something that could be done. Or even remote viewing is kind of quirky, but it's amazing. Sometimes, again, it's that spooky action at a distance, I think, where you seem to get information out of the so-called ether that Tesla was talking about. I think there's real science to it all, just that we're not able to understand how it works still. Or maybe we'll never know how it works. Alright. That's much making these satellites with quantum equipment to send signals. Instantly, no lag, no delay. Yeah, I have to do research on that to make a comment on that one. So you see why I don't care about science. It's a guessing game. like ufology and paranormal, though, right? Your theories can't on science is a Disney film. Thank you, Gabber. Such a kind person. But then maybe when I'm dead, someone says, "Oh, I remember watching or hearing about that on a podcast I was listening to. And that guy said exactly the same 100 years ago." Go ask your scientists with their theories to prove it. Well, I don't actually believe all the scientists. I believe some things, obviously, are true, but some stuff I think is terribly wrong, or slightly wrong, or somewhere in between. I like Tigers has joined us. Do you think they come to Earth and wonder why we made so many movies where we fight and kill them? Well, yes. Humans are a funny race, aren't they? But yeah, I've never ever had the vision of fighting and killing aliens. I was more interested in if they exist or not, and whether they're friendly or not. But we're being told all the time by the governments that, or whatever, various talking heads that they're evil, apart from Dr. Greer that says they're his space brothers. But really, when you think about it, if you look at stats-wise and common sense, right? Look at human races, a race across the world, Asians, blacks, Europeans, or whatever. There's good and bad in all those races. So really, that's going to apply. It's going to apply regardless if it's multi-universe, multiple beings. There's going to be evil aliens and there's going to be good aliens, just by using the comparison. That's how I see it anyway. Greer said there is no negative aliens in the universe. Yeah, he calls them space brothers, doesn't he? I don't think I've ever heard him say evil aliens. I've always heard about space brothers. Let's have a look. Greer Space Bros. Well, if the idea is if DNA is the same even in multi-universes, right, and it spreads like panspermia through exploding planets and end up being asteroids that float through space, and then eventually a planet or solar system swings past it and attracts it with gravity and ends up heading towards the Earth or whatever. It seeds the planet. Yeah, so I don't know if we're going to find anything on Stephen Greer that's not a video. Alien Douglas Brothers. I don't think that's it. UFO expert Dr. Greer. Cruel Space Brothers proudly offer the best cruel space. I don't think that's anything to do with it. Maybe I have to put in quotes, do I? Everybody talks about Greer and his space brothers. Why can't I find it on the first search? Stupid Google. Alien brothers, come on down. No, that's not what we're looking for. We went alien hunting with conspiracy theorists. Oh, there's plenty of them. has bases on different planets. Our space brothers really want. Stephen Greer. Okay, what's this one? Facebook post. TikTok. What's this one? This includes Saucer Cult awaiting kindly, Space Brothers. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Dr. Greer's been censored now. Suppose you might have to word it differently now. Dr. Greer. All aliens are good. Okay, probably have to read lots of pages on that all. But I know he's against the government and Lou Elizondo claiming aliens were evil, and he wants some. He says that's not true. Yeah, I don't really want to read all those just to find what I'm looking for though. I was hoping it's gonna pop out, but is it not happening? Forbidden knowledge. Yeah, he hasn't given us any proof. Like, he hasn't given us any recordings of people saying these statements and claims, has he? As far as I know. Because that would make him more credible, but as far as I know, it's just all leakers with no names attached to it, right? No doubt you guys probably find some articles where he's talking about it. Probably all on third phase of the moon. Yeah, so I'm not going to bother too much with it, I don't think. I might just have to push the plasma stuff another day, actually. How long we got here? Yeah, 3 hours and 15 minutes. 5 o'clock here. I think if we go into the other stuff, it's going to get a bit involved again. What I might do is just open up the voice chat if you want to jump on. If you want to share anything you found or help discuss anything I've talked about previously here, you can do that. But first of all, I just need to have a little pee break. Be back in a minute. Let's try this again. I got one that I used to make for Robert, because he used to go about 100 times to the toilet in a live show. I noticed he hasn't been doing that much. Where is it? Where did I do it? Alien pen. Haven't used it for a long time. Alien pen. There we go. Is it small or big? I can't remember now. I have to look on the other screen. Oh, there we go. I'll be back in a minute. Robert the alien. He's no good at hitting the inside of the bowl. Oh, my mic cable's got hung up again. It should have stopped by now. I think I got it playing for too long. I'll just have a drink meantime anyway. And I'll open up. Free for all for the end of the day. Hey, yes, how's it going? Gabber's here. Let me just see if I can stop the alien ping. It should have finished by now. I think it goes for 3 minutes. Oh, there we go.
Why is there an alien peeing on your show?
Because I went to the toilet. To give you something.
Just put some text up on the screen. Be right back. Bio break.
I thought I'd be a wee bit different
weird.
today.
That's weirdo stuff. How can you have an alien peeing? They haven't got a penis.
Yeah, but we got Gabber, so
aliens don't have penises.
This is for Gabber.
Aliens will be watching your show. They'll be like, we don't have penises, Paul. Why did you make an animation of us peeing?
These are some of the things I used to do for Robert. I think still playing two at the same time. So when we used to, I'll just stop that. Yeah, there we are. When we used to do our live shows, we used to have this one, the Robert Farmer. What was it? What did it stand for? Let's see. It'll come up on the screen probably. Here we go. Farmer's Factometer Index. So when we used to do UFO cases, right, I call it a bar chart, as in sheep. And we had it ranked into whether the UFO sighting was legit or faked or in between, embellished or whatever. So I thought that was quite good. Those good old days we used to have doing that sort of stuff. And we used to have this running across the bottom as well. A little sheep being chased by a UFO. And if I put it on large screen, it should go down the bottom. Turn that on off. There you go. It's running closer to the bottom.
You stole that. You stole that from someone.
Ooh, copyright.
Copyright. It's a copyright.
Yeah, no, it was public. It was public domain art, actually.
I don't trust public domain.
Yeah, I don't trust it because you can never be sure if there's some sort of copyright attached to it somewhere. But yeah, so I used to do that, and Robert would go, "What the hell is that, Paul? What's that running across the screen?" So, yeah, he used to get a bit angry with me sometimes. I was trying to make it a bit more entertaining. And yeah, we used to do a home run, which is the RAM one here. We used to do the home run. This is the home run. Most legit UFO case. Bush. And of course, he comes from Wales, where they have a lot of goats, which look like sheep. And we have a lot of sheep in New Zealand, so there's a bit of sense of humour there. Various new stuff at the end, I think, and we got the Blue Chickens one, of course, which I haven't played for a while. I thought Blue Chicken was about though today. Crazy alien chicken, blue chicken. So I was going to do a Corey Good, but it probably gets copyright thing on it, intellectual property. Yeah, so people, if you want to join us on the live side chat, you can. Let me just find the information. And I'll just post it. So if you've not used Jitsi before, it doesn't need to have a ID or anything. You just have to install it on your device. Then you can connect to our room, which I will bring up. Looks like I minimized that. And where's the other link? If you're on Windows, which makes it a lot easier, you can use a browser. Most of them are supported. I think Brave, Chrome, and Firefox work. And I think maybe some of the others, maybe even Microsoft Edge works now. And you can just join us in the free chat room if you want to ask questions. But try not to self-promote or use the F word or the C word for swears. Because we're trying to keep it PG as much as we can. I think that's all we need from that, isn't it? Not that anyone ever does join chat. I noticed even Goofon was trying to get people to chat at the end of his last show, and he only got 2 people on out of 100, so on the side chat, and we only got 4 watching, so it's unlikely anyone is going to join us for the first time. Be brave. Now, you can actually turn off your camera, but I would always put a bit of tape over mine, because we know that the government likes to spy on us. But yeah, so I hopefully you enjoyed what I covered today. Like I said, it's all unscripted, and we did some interesting life research there with Skinwalker Ranch again, on everything really. Location, tunnels underneath, radiation in the area. So you can see now, if you watch my live show, how much garbage the whole show really is. Have you seen the show, Gabber? At all?
No, I've been busy all.
Skinwalker Ranch?
Skinwalker? No, I don't watch Skinwalker. It's garbage show. What do you watch that crap for?
Yeah, I think you should watch this season though. And if
I don't
you
have
watch
time.
what
I've been video editing. I've been uploading all the Corey Good court videos. I got 25,000 views on my first video in a day.
Yeah.
I got 500 pages of comments I have to reply to.
I know what you're saying.
Got Corey Good cult members attacking me, saying no, too good. Oh, it's just a bloody hellhole.
Yeah. Ufology is crazy like that.
Well, 90% of my fans agree that Corey Good is fake, which is enough. My work is done there. I've done God's work.
Corey Good is fake.
I got one.
You know, you don't need much of an IQ to know that, though, do you?
You don't understand my audience. You don't understand China. You don't understand.
Yeah, I understand.
My fans in China. No, you don't. They watch videos. They don't watch debunking videos. They don't have access to YouTube unless they got a VPN. It's illegal. People are scared to get a VPN because the Communist Party will lock them up in jail.
But what video platforms can they get outside? Can they get Rumble at all?
They can't get nothing. It's all locked out. They can't even get websites to search information.
Yeah, I know China government fell out with
It's a closed
Google.
wall. Everything's filtered. Everything's filtered. So what they see is just other Chinese people copying all of Corey Good's videos and posting them, and then going, "This is real. This is secret space grabber. You got to believe this," and that's all they see. So I went to every single Corey Good video in China and pasted my link. I got 25,000 views. Now all the anchors are pissed off with me because they've lost their business, because that's all their views gone. All their fans are gone. I just ruined all their Bilibili accounts. And they're jumping on my videos going, no, Corey Good is real. This courtroom is garbage. the Illuminati pressured Corey into saying this in court.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
all the
But
cabal
that's-
and the Illuminati. They're blaming the dark forces and the government. I'm just laughing. My fans are laughing at them, going, "You're an idiot. You're an idiot."
But
if
you find
believe
that
Corey
everybody that's a believer does that. You know, if they believe in underground tunnels at Area 51 or
I'm
secret
just-
underbase, you know, if you try and debunk that,
What do you
what's
mean
that?
if you believe in underground tunnels?
Well, what's that one in the mountains? Not Area 51. What's that other location? It slips my mind. What was it called? Where Phil Snyder claimed to be drilling
There's
holes.
plenty of underground bases. There's a famous underground
Oh
base.
yeah, I know.
where
I know. There's real underground bases. I've actually
There's real
brought up
underground
some.
bases, and it only makes sense you would have tunnels connecting to them because you can't drive a car around the surface when there's bombs going off. But if you've got a tunnel, you can go anywhere.
Yeah, but we're talking about underground alien, hybrid or co-assistant bases, not just human bases.
That's why the aliens are hidden, because they live under the sea and under the
What's
ground.
that other
and under
place I'm
mountains.
thinking of? Someone knows the name of it. What's it called, guys?
If you're talking about aliens who've been living on this planet for hundreds of thousands of years, they're still living on the planet because their base is underground, and they're not susceptible to worldwide extinction events, because they're not idiots like us who build on the surface of a planet, and volcanoes and ice ages and meteors kill us all.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, isn't it?
No, it's not crazy. It's common sense. If you live on a planet that's unstable, that has volcanoes,
That's what I said lots of
ice
times.
ages, meteors, you don't build on the surface, you build underground. That's why the aliens have been living for hundreds of thousands of years.
Under the
Nothing happened to
sea.
them.
Under sea would be better because
Under the
it
sea is
filters
a
out
little
the
bit
rain.
harder because you got the whole weight of the ocean coming down on you.
I know, but
You need some technological magic to build something to withstand the pressure of the water at the bottom of the ocean.
yeah. Do say. There you go. I knew someone would know. Snipes knew what I was talking
It just
about.
makes common sense. If you're going to go start building bases on other planets, dig a tunnel and go under a mountain, go inside the planet or the moon, and your base will be there for like 500,000 years. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
We want to build bases on the moon. Meteors are going to smash the base to pieces. So we got to dig tunnels into the moon, build like underground, subterranean. There's the only way you're going to build bases on the moon. Go into a crater, go into a moon crater, dig a tunnel down the bottom, right in the side, go right in. There you go. Your base is not nice and safe, no problem.
Looks like your video's working on 24p at the moment. It's not the very good quality at all. It looks alright when you scale it down though.
It's jitsi. My camera is 4K camera, $400
Yeah,
camera.
it looks alright when it's small.
I look at my camera, I can see the pimples in my nose. It's detailed.
So yeah, you didn't listen to the whole show, did you? So you don't know what I covered.
All morning, uploading, editing. I got to edit the next video. I'm only up to part 5 now. More part.
We got Blue Chicken back.
I got to start attacking. David Wilcock, because they don't know about David Wilcock's fraud too. So I gotta upload all the David Wilcock crap.
And what's that, Blue Chicken? You fly geese. You haven't been near 18 wheels lately, have you? Oh, don't start that fight again.
You should see what Blue Chicken 3D prints in his home.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's pretty good at that sort of stuff.
Shocked.
I told him he could make millions instead of working his daily job. He reckons he's no good, though, when I've talked to him, though, isn't it? But I said he's a lot better than a lot of people I know.
What about Dual Space New Mexico? People have been saying since 1989 there's an underground base 50 levels down underground, dual space, New Mexico.
Yeah, it's possible, but like I said,
I
I've
know
looked
exactly
into
what you're going to
underground.
say. There's no evidence of it. There's a million
Yeah,
people
no,
that put
I
their
looked
hand
at the
up.
science,
There's a million
of
people that
underground
put their
bases.
hand up and said there's a base there. Science ain't going to tell us nothing. Science ain't going to tell us if there's a dual space New Mexico. We have to look at all the different eyewitness reports. Now, are these people?
You got to
legit?
remember, the further you go underground, the hotter it gets.
So you put air conditioning. It's a nuclear powered base anyway. They got plenty of power to power air conditioning.
Yeah. Well, as we've shown,
you can melt the rock. You can melt the rock with laser beams. It melts the rock. It's like insulation. Don't worry about it. It's easy to build underground bases.
The thing is, as I was talking about, granite rock and all sorts of other types of rock emit radiation. So you'd have to shield from radiation underground too,
That's
as
okay.
well as
You
heat.
make a Faraday base around the cage. No problem.
No, you'd have to have a special, even though you carve it out, you're going to have to put concrete, maybe even a water jacket and steel around. Because Linda Motorhouse was talking about.
It gets hotter as you get closer to the core. They're not building the base right.
No,
next
as you
to the
go
core.
down, it gets hotter.
It's only a couple. It's only a couple kilometers down, if that. It's not far from the surface.
Yeah, I've looked into all the science and technical problems.
Not going 50 kilometers down was too far to dig. They dig a couple of kilometers down, and then
technically half a kilometer down is possible. Getting a kilometer down is extremely hard because of the temperature. I think it's like 50 degrees Celsius plus down at that level. So you're going to have to get.
Why is it that cave explorers? I watch cave explorers exploring deep caves. They get down near the bottom and they say they're freezing to death. They need to get out because they're going to die from was it hypothermia or something?
Is that because they're diving into the water there? The underground water. So that,
if you were diving into cold water, but then it was hot, the water would just warm up.
Not if it's flowing all the time, right? So if it's flowing all the time, if it was pooled in pooled areas, you'd expect it to get hot. But I actually did.
We can't go past 12 kilometers down.
Yeah, I did actually do the research of that in past episodes, which is quite interesting, the science of underground bases and what would you need to be able to live permanently under there. And of course you've got thermal, which can be used to make energy. You don't have to use nuclear, you can use thermal. And you can, I looked at whether you could shield against lava flows. So you could build around volcanoes, underground volcano vents and stuff, and see what materials could withstand that sort of temperature. And it was quite interesting what I found out, what was able to be done. And where's everything disappeared to here? As Google deleted me for today's show. It's all vanished there. Isn't it normally the home tab it's on? That's kind of weird. Have they mucked around with it? Huh? I never told it to do that. That used to be my intro up there, I thought. They've mucked around with it, haven't they? I used to have my intro video there. They pee me off, they really do. I never told it to put... Maybe when the live ends it puts back the picture, does it? They've been mucking around with it and it's annoying, but they got the podcast ones here now. So once you've got a playlist, right, I might just talk about it while we got it up. I got lots and lots of playlists, so if I click on created playlists it comes up properly. Else it only shows you 12, wasn't it? No, it only shows you 32 on the scroll. If you click on create a playlist, it shows you all of them, which is over 100, which I've made a video about and sent it to Team YouTube, and they meant to said, oh, we're going to pass it on to the developers, but nothing ever changes. They're lying. So you can actually click on playlists. How do we do that though? I think you have to use your studio one. You can normally click on it and tell it to become a podcast. So all the episodes in there can be turned into podcasts. Is it here? No, it doesn't allow me to do it here for some reason. I think you have to go to studio. Aren't I logged in? I am logged in. So that's changed too. Maybe it used to have create it into a podcast. They've been mucking around with it. And then it comes up like here on podcasts, and I've got one there with my music in it. And I got Rob best episodes. How many has he got in that? 95. UFO cases that no one seems to watch, but they should do, because we cover a lot of good stuff there. And I see that Goofon is only repeating some of it that we did like 3 years ago, even today, like it's something new. So yeah, got the best UFO cases there. Got my alien visit ones and membership story one. So that they've got podcasts now. So they're trying to compete with Spotify and all that. So I thought, oh well, I'll just add it in. Never know, maybe they'll promote my stuff finally and get around the suppression censorship they have. Anyway, I was going to look up. What was it now? Underground bases or something. Underground. I'll just try that. I probably stuffed up the search as well. Radiation, update radiation and UFO. So I was talking about radiation there as well. Dark Pyramid. I should add that one to the podcast actually. Alien interview madness. Okay, that was a recent one, wasn't it? No, I don't maybe talking about underground there, but maybe there is. Where is it? Oh, this one here. Lyndon Moulton Howell's underground base story. It's in here, and I did a lot of. I did some of the. I did another one too. What if it's here? Phil Snyder's there. It's in one of them. Probably have to find it again because this search is sucky as. Third phase of the moon. Taking stuff. Yeah. Science of Hovering, Hollow Earth, Underground Cities. Oh yeah, it was in that one as well. Linda Holt Molten Hell one. I should actually copy both of those if you've not seen them. I'll just open that up in a new tab. And Linda Molten Hell one. Where did it disappear to? Oh, there. It should be at the end now, so I have to click on that. So I did recap some of it here. So Hollow Earth stuff. I got chapters on it, which is good. Why is it not playing? Hollow Earth. Let me just see. Oh, it's got the old chapters on it, which is messed up a wee bit, isn't it? helium balloon, spheres, invisible fields, panspermia, rocket strange, jet propulsion lab, UFO mania, gravity. Yeah, pretty sure it was in this one, but maybe there's still another one out there. I did actually have some pictures of underground bases, or underground cities that actually are real and known about. But yeah, this bookmark is crazy. Let me just click around here. The fine structure constant. There's a quantum field theory there of ejecting electrons and photons. Oddly enough. Let's see. Might be able to find some picture. Maybe I can find all the references again. Unless it's not on this one. Could that be it? Let's have a look. The cave of crystals. You were talking about people going underground. So I actually did do it here. And have some pictures. What materials can withstand lava? So I have looked into this before, right? A research episode. Unfortunately, it looks like it's on Hangouts on Air, is it? Stream 43. So it's back in the horrible time where Google mucked around with the bit rate and corrupted everything.
Titanium, which is quite a common one used in military.
I'll just post a link to that. Might be worth redoing that sometime with the newer setup actually. It's probably due for a recap, that one. Underground bases possible. And we're looking at the possibility of how far you could go down where humans could be under there all the time. Not this weekend, possibly next weekend now. He hasn't got all the information together. Some people apparently had deaths in the family and are busy, and they haven't got back to him with the information he was after. But yeah, he'll be coming back for a special show, recap on the Roswell, talking about alien bodies and whether it's lies or not, each of the different cases out there. But anyway, just stay tuned for that. It'll be a good one, probably. Yeah, where's the underground cities? It's got to be here. Pictures of them. It's got to be on this one. The complete map to Earth's deepest cave, 2,200 meters deep, 12 kilometers long. So I actually looked up all this and we got maps of it all here, look. Going underground. So we know humans have been down that far, but yeah, there's pictures with these massive crystals, a bit like, you ever seen that movie? That was one of my favorite movies, Journey to the Center of the Earth. I'm not sure if that's a H.G. Wells one, is it? And also Time Machine, the 1968 one, is it? Damn good movies. Yeah, it looks like it's probably all in here. Probably didn't pause on all the pictures long enough. Probably can find it all again, probably. Probably got the links in the comments. What's this one? Salt Mine, Poland. So there must be a reason I brought that one
One of
up.
the most visited attractions in Poland. And it kind of looks like medieval, doesn't it? Underworld.
Yeah, so there's a lot of these things that look like computer games, you know. What's that one? Kind of looks like Star Wars.
But you can always watch it later anyway.
There's that Cooper PD that have these underground, because the miners dug out for the opal, right? And they found it was way cooler underground than outside temperature in the desert. But if you go down far enough, it actually starts getting too hot, which is kind of interesting. So if you can look at that one and this one here, molten, Linda Moldy Hell. We got Susan on this one. Let's see. I haven't got chapters on it. Another old one, but it's using the newer system at least. But I haven't got chapters on it, unfortunately. So it's debunking her claims, or what was the story that we're reading that didn't make sense, because we're trying to. Oh, where's my mouse disappeared to? But some of it I proved could be real, could actually happen too. So that was in
The pyramid, Antarctica.
no, that's actually a mountain. It's just a regular mountain. It's not made of bricks at all.
What if it's 100,000-year-old pyramid? It would form
It's not
over
though.
time.
It's
You haven't gone to Antarctica to find out.
Alright, I'll book in tomorrow and go down there with my phone and send you live picture coverage, shall I?
Take some snaps with your mobile phone.
Underground base. No, because it's not made of things and it hasn't got four sides, right? We only ever see that three sides of it look pyramid shape. But yeah.
What if it's a 500,000-year-old structure? It's just deformed over time.
But as we know, mountains have like lava tube holes which can be carved out and actually be nice warm areas to live in. So we can't rule it out. So it kind of makes sense.
I'm not saying it's a pyramid. I'm not saying it's a mountain because I haven't gone to Antarctica to have a look.
But when you see it where it's located, it's actually on a mountain ridge, and there's other ones next to it.
People build pyramids on mountains.
Yeah, but I think you probably have to watch the episode to see what.
There's hundreds of pyramids right on top of mountains.
Well, technically, there's the idea that these type of mounds is what they use as a base, because instead of, it would save you using so many bricks, right? So if you had a mound, it doesn't have to be a peak like this, it would give you a foundation to build the bigger pyramid over top, and you wouldn't need, and then you could carve out tunnels in this, and this would be part of your support structure. But then you could build the extra bit on top and all the extra rooms and things. But obviously you're not going to choose a huge big mountain, but you're going to choose maybe a small mountain range somewhere in Egypt that you start using as a base, right? And then, as you know, they've got tunnels that go underneath down to water streams, underground water, right underneath the Great Pyramid.
Has anyone gone to Antarctica and dug into that mountain to see if it's a pyramid or if it's a mountain? They dug into it. Nobody's done this?
I think there has, actually, by memory. But I'd probably have to re-look that up and post it down the side. But yeah, you can go and watch that sometime. It's a good episode. I should actually really upload it to my podcast so it gets out there. Probably start adding a few of those on over time. Takes a lot of time to do all that sort of admin work. But yeah, if you type in known underground bases USA, I think I did find some interesting web links. The world's 30 strangest and most secret military bases. So there we go. That one might be a good one to look at. 2022. So it's probably something I wasn't around when I searched the other videos. Strangest military base. So what have we got? One. Ah, right, that one. Cold War one. That was meant to be like an early warning sensor array for detecting ICBMs, ballistic missiles. And these are all silos out the back here and other radar part of the system. So yeah, that's number one they've got there. Located in Shima, whatever that is, Islands. I think they got one up near also dishes like that at Alaska. Remember that? So let's just keep on going. There's actually a few of these type of buildings around. I think there's one in America as well. I wonder if they got it in the list. We'll find out. Ooh, what's this one? Sewage ponds or what? Fish ponds, maybe? I don't know. What's that one? Kajalin, I don't know how you say that, atoll. Is that where they did nuclear testing? Probably have to read up on all of it here.
Wikipedia says there may be more than 10,000 underground military facilities worldwide.
10,000, that sounds a lot. But we know that Germans built a lot of good underground stuff. That they're only
that
just
was in World War II. That was like 100 years ago.
Yeah, and I think you'll find that a lot of those underground things were reclaimed and remodernized since then and still in use today. So yeah. Background, one of the largest coral atolls in the world. The United States placed a base there during World War II. Okay, number 3, Fort Detrick. So what's unusual about that one? How's it unique? Farms in Maryland joined together as Fort Detrick, the site of the United States Biological Weapons Program. Yeah, now we got COVID.
That's where America made COVID.
Probably where China shipped off samples to. I think actually they send it off to California, isn't it? That latest information, but we're not allowed to talk about that. I don't think. Olavsvern Naval Base. Ah, there's the thing for subs, right? I'm pretty sure I've seen that used in a James Bond movie, that one, right? Naval Magazine, Indian Island. Well, that's not underground, isn't it? But I reckon it's unique. What we got here? Glacier.
Blue Chicken will be back soon. His pecker is in high demand.
I can't figure out if these guys are friends or frenemies. We're Kiwis and Australians. It's like that. I'll be back soon. As far as I know, we're friends. We always have been friends. We just have disagreements. We're like a married couple, you know. But anyway, just carry on. Mount Weather. That's pretty crappy photo. You think there'd be an update to that one? Just have a quick look at all of them. What's that? Russia? Is it? Yeah. Kapustin, yeah. Harvey Point Defense Testing Activity. Whereabouts is that? Let's see, what's it say? Former 1940s military site. Right, Patterson Air Force Base, number 10 only. Well, that feature's pretty defined in the ufology world, right? Doesn't look much there, but wasn't it?
That's where the aliens are kept from Roswell.
Wasn't it called Hangar 1 or something?
I don't.
Yeah, allegedly alien technology there, or some alien bodies, alien material. Was it the location where Eisenhower was alleged to meet aliens landing down? And they threatened, and then they shot at it, and it come down or crashed or something. Isn't that the story? Toulon military port.
Right, Patterson. That's where he met them.
Yulin Naval Base. Where's that? That sounds like China.
No, Edward. Wait. He said he's visited a dentist at night at Edwards Air Force.
Here's one of these funny nuclear testing facilities again. Thal Air Base. Sits within 800 miles of the Arctic Circle, making it the northernmost US military installation. Among many challenges posed by the region climate is that the base port is only accessible.
President Eisenhower made a secret trip to Edwards Air Base.
Edward one? Right, okay. I got the wrong base. There's a lot of bases in America. Dugway Proving Ground, number 14. That one features in ufology quite a bit too. Navy Support Facility, Diego Garcia. Oh, yeah, it looks like a strange shaped island, and they build all around it, do they? Airstrips all around. Look at the cloud over the landmass there. That's kind of interesting. Just shows how clouds form based on air temperature and land masses and all that water around it. 16, HARP Research Station, number 16, eh?
Yeah, it seems to be Edwards Air Base.
And Ford Logistics Base. That's pretty cold there. What else we got? So, how do you say that name? Cyan Mountain Complex? Cyan?
Chechnya.
No,
Chechnya.
when I read it, I always get it wrong. When I hear it, and then I can repeat it, then I get it right. Where's the entrance? Yeah, we looked at that before on live maps, didn't we? And we had a better image than this, didn't we?
Is that Raven Rock? Is that Raven Rock underground base?
Cyan. How did you say that one? Okay, let's. Have I got the speech thing on this? I used to have. I probably disabled it. For some reason I can't see it in my head now. It's because I looked at how it's spelled rather than it as a memory in my head as how you say it. Shah and Moan.
Cheyenne Mountain.
Cheyenne, that's it, Cheyenne. That's how I always hear it, because I see that as Anne as a name. Shy. I suppose if you look at it as I there, Shy and Anne. Cheyenne Mountain.
Cheyenne Mountain.
Maybe the Americans say it's different, do they? US voice. I wonder if it's got that. Hey look, people have made episodes on it. So yeah, I'm not the first one to say how do you really say it.
We are looking at how to pronounce the name of one of the indigenous people of the Great Plains of North America.
So it's an Indian name.
It comprises 2 Native American tribes. This is also the name of a city in the state of Wyoming in the United States. How do you go about pronouncing it? Cheyenne. Cheyenne. Here are more videos on how to pronounce the names of Native American peoples whose pronunciations aren't exactly always obvious. See you there to learn more.
What's that one there? Yeah, anyway, we're getting sidetracked again. Well, that's, yeah, I didn't even think about it being an Indian name, but yeah, that makes total sense, doesn't it? He said it was 2 tribes, is it?
We are looking at how to pronounce the name of one of the indigenous people of the Great Plains of North America. It comprises 2 Native American tribes. This is also the name of a city in the state of Wyoming in the United States.
Trying to figure out how to say it. You guys probably knew that down the side chat anyway, though. Cheyenne. Yeah, I think Blue Chicken's got it sussed there. Did you know it was 2 tribes though? There we are, we learnt something new. I wonder what the tribe names mean though. Oh, this place here didn't seems to ring a bell. What was it called? Denver's Tower Camp. Wasn't alien scientist talking about this? That it's got some underground military complex underneath it. Can't remember what it was about now. It was quite an interesting story. I think he had a good episode on it. Let's just have a look. Let's see, alien scientist comes up. He's probably banned like most of us, but yeah, he's a big channel now. He's over 100,000 subscribers. Alien scientist. Let's see what comes up. That's come up with Devil's Tower, not Devil's Camp. Yeah, looks like he's not featuring there. Let's put it in quotes. We'll see if I can find the episode and I'll post it down the side. Pretty sure he covered it. Ah, here we go. That's the one, isn't it? Quasi crystals. I wonder if it's in that then. Batal. He was talking about that at the recent UFO. I keep thinking Citizens Hearing. That's Dr. Greer stuff. Congressional hearings. And he was trying to interview one of the senators at the end of the interview. And she wasn't really that bright, I thought. So she was not paying attention to what he was trying to tell her. And he was trying to give her his website as well. So yeah, Boom Play. Maybe you have to find the YouTube version of it. Maybe you have to find that one. Bob Lazar evidence. That wasn't the name of the title we're searching for, though, was it? Quasi-crystals is quite interesting, wasn't it? That he was talking about. And I was going to look more into it and see what he was talking about. But yeah, why isn't it not coming up? I don't know. Exotic materials. Damn it. It's not helping us, is it? Maybe you have to get rid of that. DARPA. Alien Scientific American, but you can see I've told it alien scientists, and you can see how Google tries to put other shite in front, and this is why he can't get many views either. Quasi crystals. Finally, alien sighters, but that wasn't the episode we were looking for. I was looking for that camp place. He was talking about lots of interesting things about it. Don't know if you can add camp there. Pretty sure it was that location. Black. What was it called now? Devil's Tower. Devil's Tower. Perhaps we have to go to his webpage and search it. Just choose this one. Where does it disappear to? Next one. Go there. What's happening? It's on his webpage. That's why we could search it. How come none of his images are coming up though? Maybe he needs to look into that. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Look, you can't read that font. That's 1980s website, isn't it? How are you meant to read that, guys? I think he needs to go and re-look at his website. What's this one? YouTube? What's all this? What's that say there?
What is this?
I don't know. It's worse than my website I made back in the 1990s. That's terrible. It doesn't like Windows dark theme or something. I think it's made for a white page. Not sure how you can get around that. I don't know. What's that there? What's that do? Sometimes you can click on something and turn off things. Cookies, site settings. Beats me. They made it a lot harder than the older website. Normally you could click that and turn off styling and stuff like that. I think Firefox still has it. He probably designed it for Firefox, actually. Most people are using Firefox and Chromium. Yeah, so where's his webpage? It's got to be here somewhere. I mean his YouTube channel. I don't know. It's frustrating. Has it got that listed here, perhaps? Got a feeling he repeated it on Goofon's website when he was friends with Goofon. I don't know if he still is. But, yeah. I think he was talking about it. And Goofon was asking stupid questions as usual. But, yeah. We need his webpage. Anyone got it handy? Because we can't even search it on Google. It's just useless, isn't it? Okay, let's just try. YouTube alien scientist. That should bring it up on the first link, as far as I'm concerned. The alien scientist. I don't think that's him. That's not him. Captain Source. Maybe join the two words together, maybe. This is why it's all frustrating. Again, it's come up with other thing, and we've put YouTube in front. Uploads. Could that be it? Mr. Ken. Is he talking to Tyler Klotner? Uploads from Alien Scientist. Let's have a look at that one. Playlist. Is that his page? Alien Scientist. We'll get it that way, do we? Hey, we got him. Yeah, go and check out his site. I'll give him a plug. I'll just post it on the side. If you thought today's show was really sciencey, he dives in even deeper. I don't think he plugs me really much anymore, because I was angry that he was on Goofon's channel, as you should understand why. But yeah, let's see if we can find that one where he's talking about that secret place. Devil's Tower. Probably won't be able to find it. I think it was that location, but I'm not 100% sure. Nothing there. Let's try Devil's Tower. No. Try Tower. What we got here? Banned in Boston. Dirty water. Giant Tesla cores in Russia. Oh. What is that? Looks like art. Doesn't it? Maybe it's an update to the HARP program. Marks generators for testing insulators. Okay. He reckons it's a real... But why is it surrounded by grass and stuff? HARP. DC herons. The blue room. Open the blue room. Wasn't that the room where it's meant to have like a radio absorption material on the walls so no one can eavesdrop? Something like that, wasn't it? Secret sites, the largest aircraft blimp. Ah, he's onto blimps as well. Oh no. He's talking about Tesla, part 2, Russia HARP. 9/11, that will get him in trouble. That's probably why he gets suppressed, because he's got that up. You got to be very careful. The Lone Gunman pilot, yeah, I got that on the hard drive. Good. Did you ever watch The Lone Gunman? I liked it better than X-Files, actually. But you often saw these guys blending in with the X-Files. They sort of had crossover where they'd be looking at underground base or something, and then they'd see these guys running across. If it was, that would get him in trouble too. You see, he should remove some of these ones, and he might get listed better. Because YouTube is biased until someone exposes them and changes them, like Elon has done to Twitter. We're pretty much screwed otherwise. So yeah.
I've used the TTS before with my live streams, and I've had no problems.
Oh crap! Is that the time already? It's amazing. Just looking at random stuff here, how we just chew up time so easily. But yeah, go and check out his stuff. But yeah, I think probably need goof on radio stuff where he's doing an interview with him. I don't think. I don't know what it would be called though. I don't even know what goof on site is. I bet he comes up and searches and like alien scientist goof on radio, because they seem to love these frauds, working with big frauds. Yeah, he come up straight away. And he says he's suppressed. What a load of crap. Told you guys. Okay, let's just go there and do a search for alien scientists there. Yeah, I did ask alien scientists if he wanted to come on mine and talk about stuff, and it never happened because I wasn't big enough, you see. So you can see why I was a bit pissed off. Chasing subs when it should be about chasing the topic and discussing the topic of science. Third phase alien scientists and dark hour. Okay, we don't want that. See, he's even on a panel show here. Alien scientists. Where's the one we're after though? I think he was talking to him alone. And because he was on there talking really good stuff, it was actually kind of interesting. I don't know if it's on the panel one. I don't think it was. If I can find it, it's well worth listening to what he was saying about it. But I was actually trying to find the underground cities where people can actually live and go shopping and stuff, because that would probably be on that page. But yeah, I have covered it in those older episodes, some of them. Can't see his picture on any of them so far. That would help. Yeah, I didn't see it. Don't know if it's on that one. Let's just have a quick look. I'll just mute it. I think it brings up some pictures. No, don't that guy. Whereabouts is alien scientist? No, I don't think it's on this one. No. They're not there. He's not there at the moment. Unless it's at the end. There he is. It's not the one where he's bringing up slides as he's talking about stuff. That's probably, I might be able to find it in Discord maybe, but it's well worth sharing and having a watch. Did I share it on Discord though? Let me just have a quick look. Alien scientist. Ah, here we go. Goophon, the history of anti-gravity. I think that might be it. Let me just have a look. Sometimes Discord can come in handy. I've got a feeling it might be on this one. Just skim it. As long as he's putting up slides and stuff, it might be what we're looking for. Okay, it looks like it.
There's some other information here linking these Bigelow studies to crash material, or this is just a mix-up, and as John Greenwald says,
yeah, I'm just going to be there in a minute.
A loose response to a FOIA, that it was not, not an exact response, but just a.
I'm just seeing if I can find that building. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I think it's on this one.
Per day, you can get information from these people. You know what I mean? Call them up and just be like, "Look, I want to know how. I need a tunnel built. I have an unlimited. Tell them you have an unlimited budget.
Oh, look at this triangle.
How fast they can tunnel per day, and that way.
He's talking about underground tunnels. I think this is the episode.
These things, instead of like listening to people who claim these things,
Do you think they would
and
tell
what
us?
Cost?
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's see. Is that the same place?
Straight line all the way over to there. We get right to AFIT. Here's Air Force Institute of Technology.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Is it the same place? I'm not sure. Wright State University. No, I had the wrong location. No wonder I couldn't find it. So it might be on his channel too. But yeah, if you want to listen to Goophon acting dopey, I don't think he even understood what he was talking about. But go and check it out. It's quite interesting what he was saying there. I'll just post it here. Jeremy ACE, alien scientist, about metamaterials, I think it was, and underground tunnels. I can't remember exactly what it was about now, whether there's some hidden research going on for alien technology materials. Whether we found some documentation on it or not. It's very interesting. Go and check it out. But yeah, I've just been given the ding dong bell that I have to wrap up now, unfortunately. So yeah, maybe we can find more on that and add it to the list. I might just leave that open there. So I thought it was this location here, but it's not. Radar. Let's see what else is in the list. What's that place? That sounds like what do you call it? FEMA. FEMA account. Edwards Air Force Base. There you go. That's the other one, wasn't it? So it features well on ufology. Have you seen the boneyard of the planes? I don't know if it's in here. Nellis Air Force Base. We know that one in ufology too.
In the movie, Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man.
Yeah, there's a boneyard of planes in the desert of B-52 bombers and all sorts of crazy stuff. I don't know if we could find it or not. But yeah, so always lots of interesting stuff to talk about. I tell you, it's never ending. But it just takes a wee while to put together a show on it all. And my head's going to explode. Yeah, I think it's called Boneyard Planes, USA. And here's some images from space, is it? Military aircraft boneyard. List, active map, post-war 2. What was the biggest one? I think it's isn't it in Arizona? No. Nevada, maybe? And they got all these jets just lined up everywhere. All these boneyards. Kingman Airport. Don't know about that. Yeah, it's good to actually look at that up on Google Maps actually and zoom down on it. Yeah, but I'm not sure which one it is, but I ain't got time to actually pin it for you guys, unfortunately. Might be worth having a look at it in future again. Maybe I'll just leave it there and find it and get a map of it for another show. It's not going to let me paste it. It's too much junk on the end. What have they added on? I hate these short things that they have. Oh, it looks like I can't do it. But I gotta go. What's the time? I'll say good night now. And I'll drop you off, Gabber, and I'll shut down all the credits. Good night, all.
Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thanks for joining us. Like and share, and I hope you enjoyed today. And as always, as you see, a lot more to cover. Unfortunately, my time has run out for today, and my brain is imploding. Where I can't even say words that I used to say an hour ago. Anyway, yeah, where's the thing disappeared to? Good night, Yaz. Hope you enjoyed it, and see you again next show, perhaps. Like I said, I wanted to get it earlier today, so more from the UK could join us, like Shogun. I wanted to do another late night one, but hardly anyone shows up. But yeah, it's still a possibility. Anyway, let's click on that. Hey, that came up quick. I'll just shut down some of that. Cool bananas. It's all working good. Thanks, Snipes. You too. Stay safe. You too, Yaz. And everybody else that joined us today. Blue Chicken, Jasper. Yeah, good night, Jasper. And we didn't try to sell you anything. We're interested in the topic and the science of it all, and all the crap out there that people believe in, or bullshitters anyway, are spouting as well. Yeah, I better get this ready to